Hi, friends. Let's see, making sure that I can be heard. Yep, there it is. Hi, guys. How is everybody? I should probably. Oh, yeah, no. The allergies are crazy. Oh my god. Allergies have been kicking my ass. Hi, Perry. Have the allergies been kicking your ass too? Come on. Hey, everybody. Um, I started streaming again or what is today? I started streaming on Sunday again. I know I haven't been streaming in a few months. Oh, but basically my posting schedule was getting crazy and I was only posting once a week to once every 10 days, and then I got sick and I missed a week, and I was just like, I got to reorganize how I do this. So, I'm glad you survived the tornadoes, Patrick. Not new glasses. I think it's just a new lighting setup and they might look a little different. Um, do we have. Ooh, batch of cookies. Do we have anybody, or I guess I could do it. I should post in the Discord server that we're doing things. I've missed the lives too. It's crazy because like it, I didn't stream for the first like year and a half of YouTube. So when I got really busy and I stopped doing the live streams, I was like, "Oh, this is fine. This is exactly what we were doing before." And like I knew I would want to go back to them eventually, but it was just like it's crazy how much people have been like, "Oh my god, it's like you haven't been posting at all." And I'm like, "It's crazy cuz I have. It's just like that live part of the community has been missing, which is just like a big loss." Yes, Perry content. So, yeah, I'm glad to be back. Oh goodness. Let me post on the server that we're live. There we go. Okay. Oh, I forgot to ping everybody. Hang on. It has been a second since I've live streamed. All right. Yes, I know. 90 plus people are going to get a ping. If you get a ping, I'm sorry. The platypus. All right. Yeah. So we're here tonight. We're gonna be reading a Wishbone classic, Romeo and Juliet. Can we talk about this cover look? He's got a rose in his mouth. Galactic Star Cruiser. Oh, cool. I need some more like. If anybody wants to recommend some like long form YouTube documentaries to me, um, my feed has had less. It's had more like short form content, which is fine. I've been posting more short form content in recent months, but it's like, just want a good documentary. Is there hopefully not a weird age? Was there a weird age gap in the original Romeo and Juliet? I remember them both being teenagers. 8 hours. Oh, 13 and 18. Yikes. I forgot about that part. Ew. Let's hope not. Also, this is just a Wishbone classic, which means the dog won't be falling in love with anybody, which probably can't be said for the episode that I think I'm going to cover tomorrow. Um, Yes, like the Bee movie where Jerry Seinfeld Bee falls in love with a human woman. That's more just funny, cause at least yeah, they. I was about to say it was an appropriate age gap, but I don't know. I guess in B years he was the appropriate age to her, but he was a B. It was a lot. There was a whole lot to unpack with that. Oh, good lord. Not Leo DiCaprio being Leo DiCaprio about it. Who was it? Was it Sabrina Carpenter who just had it was. She just had her 25th birthday and her birthday cake had the Leo beam on it that was like, "Don't turn 25, you're so hot," which is just take a minute to unpack that. Yeah, wait, turn 25, ladies. Get out of the Leo danger zone. The confusion. Oh, I'm glad to be good background. That is such a valid goal, Olivia. Be out of the danger zone. There was also it was like a sports team that turned 25 and it was like proudly too old for Leo DiCaprio and I was just like Jerry Seinfeld also does have a weird dating history. That's a whole there's a whole rabbit hole we could go down with that. I did see that the Jim Henson documentary comes out. I'm excited for it. Jerry Seinfeld recently had the most like boomer quote where he like was recently quoted as saying like, "Oh, like the movie industry is dead cuz like these young people just don't watch movies anymore." I guess because of like I don't know if it was like because of reception to his movie not being great or what, but it was just like Jerry Seinfeld, what are you talking about? The thing about Seinfeld, and it was never really like my show or anything, but like the thing about Seinfeld is that they are bad people. Like that is the premise. It's a lot like It's Always Sunny, where like they're bad people, and the premise of the show is that you enjoy watching bad things happen to them because they're bad people. So it's like it's if people think that the Seinfeld characters are good people and like them as characters, that's like the whole premise going over their head. Yeah, they were all very funny, but like the comedy literally came from like watching bad things happen to them because it was understood that they're bad people, much like It's Always Sunny, which is also not my I haven't, I don't watch much of, but it's like that style of comedy is Seinfeld. Is like if you're into that style, then it's very funny. Hey Natty. Oh, I'm sorry you're unwell. Poppy Taylor gives Natty soup. Oh, feel better, Natty. Um, I did not see any updates on Sims Nancy Drew progress, but I will have to go and look. This is why I've missed lives. It's nice to just be, have more chill content. Aw, Stone Soup. I remember that. I was just talking with somebody about that, because they wanted to make a short film based on Stone Soup, and I thought that was great. Ugh. I hate that stuff, Natty. I'm so sorry. Alright, well, let's just get into this book, because hopefully it'll be a good distraction. That's the other thing about doing the I started doing the read streams because a lot of people thought they were pretty calming, so I'm always happy to I just lost my entire train of thought. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just here to read books. Ugh, the overdraft fees from banks are so stupid. It's like, dude, really? It's like I don't have the amount of money that you as my bank would prefer. So you're going to charge me more money, meaning that I'm less close to the goal of having the amount of money that you would prefer. Banks really do just love kicking you when you're down. Um, but yes, we're reading Wishbone Classics, Romeo and Juliet. For anybody who does not know, Wishbone was a series in the 90s on PBS, and it was about a little dog who loved classic novels, and he loved reading, and he would always imagine himself as the main character in classic novels, and there was always like a B plot going on with like the kid who owned him and his friends, and there was like some tie-in between the book, like the lesson of the book that he was reading and the lesson of the story. It was just a big campaign to get kids into classic literature earlier in life in a way that they could digest. And it was very, very effective. I got into classic literature because of Wishbone to this day, like, you know, Frankenstein and Jekyll and Hyde and Sleepy Hollow. Like, all of those are classic stories that I still consider, you know, personal favorites because of reading them so young because of Wishbone. And so this is the Wishbone version. There are other versions of these books, which I own. Not this one, but sometimes it's basically just a written novelization of an episode. So you get like the backstory, the B plot with the kids, and the book. Where this one is just a abridged, revised version of Romeo and Juliet in a way that makes it easier for younger children to read and comprehend. But I commend them for not taking out any of the scarier elements. Like, we've read the Jekyll and Hyde one together on this channel and the Frankenstein one, and we were all like, damn, they didn't water it down much at all. They were just like, hey kids, this one's gonna be scary and sad. Deal with it. He should get an honorary degree for his service. I imagine Wishbone in the episode, which I think I'll cover tomorrow. Spencer and I have found a brand new workflow that basically involves me kind of live editing as I'm filming my videos, and it means that like that video I posted, what was it, yesterday, the Once Upon a Time episode 5, I filmed and edited and posted that all within like a couple of hours, and it was revolutionary. So I think tomorrow I'll try to get filmed and up online a video about this episode of Wishbone the show. Um, but really, we're just going to be having Wishbone kind of be our teacher about Romeo and Juliet and Shakespeare tonight. Thanks, Paulo. I appreciate you. I totally understand. Feel free to put this stream on. Feel free to put any of my content on. I get messages from people all the time saying that they put my videos on to sleep and stuff like that. Feel free to do that. I appreciate it. You're supporting me as a creator just the same. If you could like the stream, that would help. Um, hey, Jonathan. Oh my god, Natty, that's so funny. Tell me how that book signing goes. Um, Andrea, that is what I do on this channel. I cover all the nostalgic, obscure, or strange things that you may or may not have seen, and if you have seen it and don't remember it, I will refresh your memory, so happy to be of service. Yay! Another Hex Girls set in the world! I love my Hex Girls. If anybody doesn't know, Noah is an amazing crochet artist and does all kinds of lovely dolls, and I actually am lucky enough to own 7 of them. A Nancy Drew one, a set of Sanderson sisters, and a set of Hex Girls, and they're all lovely. Anyway, I'll just jump into this book. I know we don't have the top-down camera in this setup. I'll try to figure out how to add it, but for now, we'll just kind of do a show and tell style. Um, I know. We were just talking about how much we missed the streams and like just I because I started the first like year and a half of this channel just posting videos when I didn't have time for streaming, I didn't realize how much I would and everybody else would all just miss it because it was like in a way it was like okay, we're just going back to basics on the channel, but it was just like even just posting videos, it just didn't feel the same without also doing the streams. So and luckily I have a better workflow now, so instead of like a video every week to 10 days, it's like I can actually be posting like I used to, hopefully again. Um Instead of, just scraping by on content, we might have an excess of content. So. All right, introduction. All set to enter a world of action, adventure, drama, and laughs? Then come along with me, Wishbone. And also, don't read Romeo and Juliet. It's very sad. You may have seen me on my TV show. Often, I am the main character, and sometimes I am the sidekick, but I'm always right in the middle of the thrilling story. Now I'm going to be your guide as we explore one of the world's greatest books, Romeo and Juliet. Together we'll meet a lot of interesting characters and discover places we've never been. I guarantee lots of surprises too, so find a nice comfy chair and get ready to read with Wishbone. Where are all the Shakespeare girlies at? Girlies being a gender neutral term, of course. Anybody can be a Shakespeare girly. I definitely am. I love Shakespeare. There's a Mothman romance novel? Oh yeah, no one acknowledges that Wishbone is a dog because Wishbone sees himself as a human, so he just pictures himself amongst other humans. It's very funny. Not the COVID romance novels. I actually wonder if YouTube would be chill with me even reading something like that. Probably not. I'd probably have to skip over a lot of things for copyright. I am that one. I love A Midsummer Night's Dream. I love it so much. About the author, William Shakespeare. Hello there, you lucky reader. It's Wishbone here, chomping at the bit to welcome you to the wild world of Will. Will who? Will Shakespeare, of course. William Shakespeare is... got tongue-tied. Hang on. William Shakespeare is thought to be the greatest playwright of all time by countless humans, and at least one terrier. In my humble opinion, this guy wrote the saddest tragedies, the funniest comedies, and the most romantic romances of all time. His plays are filled with the fascinating characters and inventive languages. His plays are filled with fascinating characters and inventive language. The art of writing plays was never the same after Shakespeare. Not much is known about Shakespeare's life. He was born in 1564 in Stratford-upon-Avon, a small town in English countryside. In 1582, he married Anne Hathaway, not that Anne Hathaway, different Anne Hathaway, the daughter of a local farmer. William and Anne had 3 children, but only 2 of them survived. In 1588, Shakespeare went to London and began writing and producing his plays. By 1592, the guy had become a success. His plays were even performed for Queen Elizabeth I and King James I. Most of Shakespeare's plays can be divided into 3 categories. Histories, usually based on kings and other important people from England is my city. Usually based on kings and other important people from England, Greece, and Rome, comedies and tragedies. Shakespeare often retold other people's stories or got his plot from history texts called chronicles. But Shakespeare didn't only write plays. He also wrote sonnets. Sonnets are special poems that are 14 lines long. Most of Shakespeare's sonnets are about love. Shakespeare died in 1616, but his plays and poems live on. Romeo and Juliet was written in the late 16th century. This sad tale of young love is one of the most famous and best loved of Shakespeare's works. English Greece. Yeah. Maybe we could cast Anne Hathaway as Anne Hathaway, the Anne Hathaway that was William Shakespeare's wife. I love that we're rolling with this bit. He was in the background of Princess Diaries. I'm reading the Mothman comments. I'm so sorry. But I like to watch contemporary stuff based on him, like Forbidden Planet and 10 Things I Hate About You. I love 10 Things I Hate About You. The thing about Shakespeare is it's really fun, but if you're being forced to read it or do it, I can imagine the fun gets sucked out of it, you know? All right, about Romeo and Juliet. You may not have had a chance to see or read any of Shakespeare's plays, but you're probably familiar with some of his words. Ever heard anyone say, neither a borrower nor a lender be? Something is rotten in the state of Denmark, all the world's a stage, or what's in a name? These and lots of other phrases from Shakespeare's plays have become so famous that people use them every day without even realizing they were written by Shakespeare. That is true. Seeing one of Shakespeare's plays for the first time is an unforgettable experience. From the minute the stage lights go up, you can tell you're in for a real feast. A cast of great characters, wild costumes, striking sets, and gripping plot. But one thing might occur to you before anything else. Shakespeare's characters talk funny. There are 2 reasons why Shakespeare's characters speak the way they do. One is that most of the time they're speaking poetry. You know how rappers use rhymes and driving rhythms to make their points with extra power? Shakespeare's characters use rhyme and rhythm to express themselves with extra power too. The type of verse Shakespeare uses in his plays is called Iambic I always say it wrong. Iambic pentameter. In iambic pentameter, each line of verse is broken into 5 parts, which are called feet. The last syllable of each foot is stressed or spoken more loudly, just as certain syllables are spoken more loudly in rap. I love that. I love that. I'm here for this analogy. Romeo and Juliet, best iteration. Post-apocalyptic Macbeth. Oh, interesting. Shakespeare was a foot. No, no. We could say that, but don't. Wishbone just starts spitting bars. To give you an example of how iambic pentameter works, let's look at a famous line from the play Romeo and Juliet. When Romeo sees Juliet stepping out onto her balcony, he thinks her face is like the sun, lighting up the night. He might have said, "Hey, wait a minute, what's the light? Where's the light coming through the window?" But instead he utters a beautiful line of iambic pentameter. "But soft, what light through yonder window breaks." Can you divide the 10 syllables of that line into 5 feet? If you do, it looks like this. But soft, what light, through yonder window breaks. Since it's iambic pentameter, the last syllable in each of the 5 feet is stressed. If those were the only stressed syllables when Romeo said the line out loud, it would sound like this. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks. I don't think I did that right. Try saying that line out loud this way. Can you hear the rhythm? Felt those syllables. Oh gosh. Natty, I assume we're still talking about Jersey Shore. I'm sorry. I really am. That line to show how much the stressing of parts of words mattered. What soft, what light through yonder window breaks. But if every line had this exact same rhythm, Shakespeare's verse might get a little monotonous, so he puts in other stressed syllables besides these. If you say the line out loud, you'll see that it's more natural to say it like this. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks. Let me try that again, because I don't think I did it very well. Sorry, guys. It's just written in a way that my brain doesn't process very well. Macbeth wore a crown of bones that were made of real cow bones. Whoa, that's hard as hell. Now do it in a southwestern cowboy accent. What soft, wait, but soft, what light through yonder window breaks. I'm a visual learner. My brain processes information in a very interesting way. I've learned in my older years, my older 27 years. Um but soft, what light through yonder window breaks. Still can't get it. I can get it, like, if I hear it. Like, if I were to hear somebody say it, I would do better. But the way that it's written with, like, some all capital and some not, and, like, the slash, it's not, I don't like it. So you see, by using iambic pentameter, Shakespeare can get a beat going and throw in lots of different rhythms, too. It's true. It is true, but it's just funny, like, thinking about, like, throw, like, a diss track, but it's Shakespeare. I'm sorry. A beat. Oh my god. You're right, it's Winder. Let's see. Another reason Shakespeare's characters sound different than people do nowadays is because the English language has changed a lot since Shakespeare's time. He lived 400 years ago in a time when people said thee and thou instead of you, looketh instead of look, hast instead of has, alas instead of oh my, and zounds instead of whoa, dude. But the version of Romeo and Juliet you're about to read isn't written in Shakespearean English. It's written in modern English, the language you use every day. This Romeo and Juliet is also different from Shakespeare's because it's not a play. The story is told in narrative form like a thriller or romantic novel. In spite of these differences, the plot and characters are pretty much the same as the plot and characters that Shakespeare made famous in his play. Even though the book is written in modern English, you're still going to get a little bit of Shakespeare English tossed in as an added bonus, courtesy of me. You see, when I get near one of Shakespeare's stories, I get swept away by my love of his great words, and since this introduction is coming to a close, and I'm getting nearer and nearer to a Shakespeare story, I canst not restrain myself. I feeleth myself getting carried away. Alas, poor dog, thou looseth thy self-control. You know what it makes me think of? You remember in 10 Things I Hate About You when he says, what does he say? He's like, the shit hath hitteth the fan. Yeah, give me all the Shakespearean language. I'm pretty sure Shakespeare was purposely interesting. I'm not sure. You're probably right. Feels slightly dark in this room right now, but my light sources are all the same. Maybe it's this. Hang on. Maybe this needs to be more. There we go. That's better. I had to move a light. Sorry. Aw, that's sweet, Elemental Diaries. We love that. But fear thou not, reader mine, this Shakespeare-struck dog shall not distract thee from the terrific journey that lieth ahead. Readest thou on, say I. Alright, here are our main characters. We have Romeo, a member of the Montague family. I swear I was going to say it right, but then it broke it down for me, and I was like, what if I've been saying it wrong all this time? Juliet, a member of the Capulet family. Lord Capulet, Juliet's father. Lady Capulet, Juliet's mother. Lord Montague, Romeo's father. And Lady Montague, Romeo's mother. Friar Lawrence, Romeo's friend, a priest. The nurse, Juliet's personal servant. Benvolio. Again, they keep breaking it down phonetically, and it's stressing me out. I don't know why it's not helping. Romeo's friend, Benvolio. Tybalt, Juliet's cousin. Paris, a rich count who wants to marry Juliet. The prince, ruler of the city of Verona. Samson, a Capulet servant. Gregory, a Capulet servant. And Peter, a Capulet servant. Setting, Romeo and Juliet takes place in the city of Verona, Italy, in the nearby town of Mantua. The place that was first performed in. Let me try again. The play was first performed in the late 16th century. Just thought of Letters to Juliet, which is one of my favorite, like just happy, goofy rom-coms, and I just think about when they're like arguing that, like, you know, Romeo and Juliet is so romantic and it's Italian, and what's his name, Charlie, is like, but it was written by an Englishman, so there. Tybalt is Juliet's cousin, yes, according to Wishbone. Feel free to fact check the terrier, but I'm pretty sure he's right. Have fun, Ellery. Romeo and Juliet in space. 1. Feuding families. Long ago, in the town of Verona, Italy, there lived two wealthy families, the Capulets and the Montagues. These two families couldn't stand each other. No one knew why the Capulets and the Montagues hated each other so much, or how their feud began. Although no one could explain the feud, no one could stop it either. So it continued through the ages as one generation picked up where the last had left off. Our tale begins one hot afternoon in Verona's bustling town square, where a couple of Capulet servants were looking for trouble. If I spot one of those stupid, ugly Montague servants, I'll walk right up to him and pick a fight, boasted Samson, the skinnier of the two. You haven't got the guts to pick anything, retorted Gregory. This made Samson angry. You really don't believe I can stand up to one of those weakling Montagues? He barked. I believe you could stand up to a weakling Montague, but if a strong one came along, I'm talking about any Montague, Samson bragged. Any stinking, slimy Montague who has the bad luck to walk within 10 feet of me will be sliced into a million trillion tiny bits. Yeah, they really did ditch the Shakespearean English. BBC also says cousin. That's what I thought. An Englishman who had never been to Italy. He did have quite a bit of Shakespeare had a lot of knowledge. Like the rabbit hole of like how Shakespeare was able to like do all of his like write as much as he did with as much knowledge as he had for a time when he wasn't particularly wealthy, therefore wouldn't have had a particularly great education in that time. It's a whole fascinating rabbit hole. Wishbone says, methinks this Samson's bark is worse than his bite. Well, you'd better get your sword ready for slicing, warned Gregory, because as sure as we work for the Capulets, those guys right behind you work for the Montagues. Indeed, a couple of Montague servants were coming their way. Watch me, whispered Samson to his friend. I'm going to send a huge glob of spit their way. True to his word, the Montague servants passed. Samson spit onto the ground just behind them. The Montague servants stopped and looked at the spit. Then they looked up at Samson. Did you spit at us? Asked one. I did spit, answered Samson. But did you spit at us? Asked the second Montague servant. I spit where I chose to spit, was Samson's careful reply. Are you trying to start a fight with us? Asked Gregory. He wanted a fight, but didn't want to be blamed by officers of the law for starting it. No, we're not trying to start a fight with you, replied one Montague servant. But we're not trying to stop a fight either, replied the other, unless you Capulets are scared, which I guess you are, so we'll just be on our way. With that, Montague servants turned their backs. You dare to call Capulets scared? Barked a feisty Capulet named Tybalt, who came... Oh, he plays Tybalt. Um... who came charging through the square to join Samson and Gregory. I hate fear as much as I hate the Montagues and anyone from their house. You stink like horse manure. Wait, no, he wouldn't be playing anybody in this version. Because that's not how these versions work anyway. But he did say he barked, which is funny. It's full, but it's weird the amount of evidence the group all. Oh yeah, the theory that Shakespeare didn't actually write all of his plays himself is very interesting. I don't know enough about it to know if I like believe it or not, but it is worth noting that like the amount of knowledge about like different countries and um power systems at play and even things like the circulatory system, which was very, very, very new information at that time. For somebody like in the middle class like Shakespeare was, it's very interesting that he knew as much as he did, just given the time period that he lived in. Oh, there's a good bit about all of the theories and legends surrounding him. He was simply the goat. Um, let's see. You dare call a Capulet scared? Barked a feisty Capulet. I already read this. Now I really want to watch the episode and see if Tybalt is supposed to be Wishbone or not. Insult, the Montague servants turned around to face the Capulets. Samson, Gregory, and Tybalt, all five stood facing one another, staring into each other's angry eyes. Each had a hand near his sword. Since the Montagues were outnumbered, they stepped back. When they noticed a Montague named Benvolio approaching, they became bold again. One of the Montagues drew his sword, and suddenly all six of them were engaged in a violent fight. Put down your swords, people, shouted Benvolio. The prince said we've got to stop fighting in public places. Do that shit on your own time. You're smacking your sword against my sword and talking about peace, mocked Tybalt. Typical Montague stupidity. I only took my sword out to defend myself, said Benvolio, and I'm only smacking it against yours so you don't stab me to death. Poor long-suffering Benvolio, yes. Sword fighting. Thank you, somebody else, for pointing out that innuendo. I was trying not to. Falls in love with a dog from the pound and is reminded of the story. Oh, isn't that cute? Benvolio does need a vacation, yes. Although Benvolio begged the others to stop it, it was too late. Already dozens of other Capulets and Montagues had appeared and joined the battle. They came rushing out of stores and into the street to defend their fellow servants, their cousins, and their friends. The fighting grew more and more furious as they battled beneath the hot sun. Like a raging fire, the fighting spread in all directions with awesome speed and power. And Wishbone says, just imagine what it would be like watching the scene on a stage. All those actors clanking their swords together, leaping around, charging in all directions, tumbling to the ground, sort of a cross between a ballet and a football game. Different definition for Wishbone than I've seen. Men and women who were shopping stopped to see what was going on. Children playing in the square gazed in wonder. As soon as it became clear that another brawl between the Capulets and Montagues was growing out of control, everyone who didn't belong to one of those families ran for cover. Shop owners hurried to bring their goods inside, then closed up their shops. For some, it was too late. The Capulets and Montagues had seized their fruit to launch as missiles to one another. Men crashed into shelves full of fragile pottery. Soon the entire square was crammed with angry fighters thrashing their swords against one another. As the clanging began, crashing and screaming grew louder. It horrified people all over town, except the Capulets and Montagues. All the chaos seemed to make members of those families happy, as though they'd been waiting for a chance to fight. As he entered the square, old Lord Capulet called to his wife. "Give me my sword, dear," he shouted. "I'll show those Montagues what's what." "You calling for a sword?" she taunted. "You'd do better to call for a crutch." But off Lord Capulet went, waving his sword wildly as he staggered towards the battle. His wife hurried after him, trying to drag him back to safety. The bloody fighting grew so intense it was hard to imagine it would ever stop, but it did stop, suddenly. Two fighters on the edge of town saw something that made them stand still. Others around them looked up too and stood frozen in place. Swiftly, a stillness swept across the crowd, until all stood or sat or lay, gazing up at the sight that sent a chill through their veins. For sitting on his horse, surveying the broken carts, the bloody walls, and the injured bodies, was the prince. Benvolio is the most reasonable, I would argue, in the entirety of the play. Jesus, Lady C. Yeah, why can't we be friends? Just starts playing in the live stage version. Wishbone says, "This prince guy, the ruler of Verona, has everybody in suspense. What in the world is he going to do to them? Are you my subjects, or are you rebels determined to destroy our entire city?" bellowed the prince. His voice echoed through the square. "Drop your swords, all of you. Do you hear me? Drop them, I say, now." He's like, "Put it down. Put it down. Sit." At once, the hundreds of Capulets and Montagues who'd been drawn into the fight dropped their weapons to the ground. They waited to hear the prince's words. "3 times this year, bloody, reckless riots have broken out between your families. 3 times Verona has been covered with blood. Shops and homes have been destroyed. Innocent people have been frightened, wounded, and even killed. The hatred between your families is like a constant storm cloud hanging over our city. So the next time I hear about any violence between the Capulets and the Montagues, those responsible will pay with their lives." With this decree, the prince tugged the reins of his horse and galloped back up the road towards his castle. Slowly the crowd began to scatter. Friends helped each other up and cared for one another's wounds. Oh, excuse me. Enemies pretended not to notice one another. Some mothers came looking for their sons and were horrified to find them wounded. Imagine you're an innocent civilian who just wanted some pears and now you're in the middle of a gang battle, right? Everybody hates these two families, you just know it. Stabbing herself, she bounces and starts a new life. I've heard about that play. I've heard it's getting. I heard it got pretty good reviews. All right, where's my tea? I'm trying to get used to reading for hours on end again without losing my voice. 2. Broken Heart. One mother came looking for her son, but she couldn't find him anywhere. It was Lady Montague, the wife of Lord Montague himself. Although she couldn't locate her teenage son, Romeo, she did spot his good friend and cousin, Benvolio. Do you think Benvolio has any news of Romeo? Apparently, because Benvolio is the only responsible one, he's supposed to. Wishbone in general is always a fun retelling. I personally love it. I think the strategy, it was so successful because it really did abridge stories in a way that made it comprehensible for young children, but without like watering it down or being like, ooh, young kids can't know about like death or anything dark like that. They wouldn't do that. They left all of that in. But it is pretty silly. Oh, that's funny, Shell. Romeo wasn't in this awful fight, was he, Benvolio? Lady Montague asked. She was relieved when Benvolio shook his head, but she was still a little concerned. If he's not with you or any of his friends, then where is he? She continued. I haven't seen Romeo since dawn, madam, Benvolio replied. When I was taking an early morning walk, I saw him sitting under a tree watching the sunrise. As I came over to say hello, he hurried away, pretending not to see me. Is everything okay with Romeo? That's what we wanted to ask you, chimed in old Montague, catching up with his wife. Every night he sits by candlelight, sighing and sobbing, explained Lady Montague. Sometimes he goes walking by himself until dawn, and then he locks himself in his room again. He closes all the windows and just sits inside and moans. Have you asked him what's wrong? Inquired Benvolio. I've asked him, Montague said with a sigh. His mother asked him too, but he won't give anyone a hint with what the problem is. Romeo's mother begged, do you think you could find out, good Benvolio? Even the smallest clue might help us. Look, there is your sad son walking our way now, said Benvolio. Hurry away so he doesn't suspect we've been talking about him. I'll try to find out what's bothering him. Montague and his wife followed Benvolio's advice and left. Then Benvolio hurried towards a young man who had a secret that was eating him alive. He's good old lovesick. I've read papers about how William Shakespeare, like, the clues in the original text about how William Shakespeare never intended Romeo and Juliet to be, like, an admirable romance, and it's really just a story about the folly of, like, being blinded by love and how, like, I don't know. I find the whole like Romeo and Juliet as the greatest love story of all time a funny way to perceive Romeo and Juliet because I love Romeo and Juliet, but I don't know that that's what was intended, you know? Oh, if his family had stayed out of it, he would have absolutely been over Juliet and on to somebody else. Also, blood feud bad. Weirdest part, in my opinion. It is more like a cautionary tale, yes. I think that's a good way to put it. Either way, in my opinion, but yeah. It really is, to me, it's just, especially the older I get, it's so apparent how much it was. It feels like, to me, Shakespeare being like, look at these young, stupid people doing this stupid thing, you know? Versions of Romeo and Juliet in ninth grade English class when we read the play. Right? Like, it's an interesting. It's interesting how. I want to say, like, I don't know. Like, media literacy is something I've been focusing on myself recently, and it's so interesting to hear, like, in pop culture, Romeo and Juliet be like the greatest love story of all time. Anyway, um basically Paris and Helen retold, pretty much. Yeah, yeah, it is more about their fathers being dumbasses. All right. Wishbone says, finally, we get to meet this Romeo we've been hearing so much about. Good day, cousin, said Benvolio as he followed Romeo on a walk that seemed to be leading nowhere. It's day, sighed Romeo. Well, the sun is shining in the sky, isn't it? Benvolio pointed out gently. It feels like night to me, replied Romeo. One long, dark, cold night that just drags on and on. Do you want to tell me what's making time go so slowly for you? Asked Benvolio. Not having the thing that would make time go quickly, was Romeo's strange reply. As they walked on, Benvolio thought about the last clue his cousin had given him. Suddenly it became clear. You're in love, he exclaimed. Out, Romeo shot back. Out of love? Benvolio asked. Out of favor with the woman I love. Aha, thought Benvolio to himself. I knew it had something to do with love. What's this? Gasped Romeo when he saw a bench in the square that had been smashed in two. Before Benvolio could explain about the brawl that had just ended, Romeo said, Never mind. I heard all about it. Our families are swallowed up by hate, and I'm swallowed up by love. Why did you ask, Romeo? Can you tell me who you are so mad about? Asked Benvolio. Mad is the word, all right, Romeo answered. I'm raving like a madman, without hope, without light, without time, without friends. Wait a minute, Benvolio broke in. You're not without friends, Romeo. I'm alone, even when I'm with other people, was Romeo's confusing explanation. Tell me her name, insisted Benvolio. You want to know whom I love? Yes. Well, if you insist, I'll tell you. Romeo looked to the left, then to the right. Then he whispered in Benvolio's ear, The truth is, my cousin, I love a woman. I guess that much, answered Benvolio. I mean, you never know, Benvolio. Don't make assumptions. Did you guess her name was Rosalind? Romeo asked, finally revealing his secret. Rosalind? Hey, wait a minute. The story is called Romeo and Juliet, not Romeo and Rosalind. Someone told me once if you're crazy about a guy and he's not crazy about you, that just makes you Rosalind and you survive the play. And that's always stuck with me. Gee, guys, he's straight. He really is just a hormonal teenager. He's definitely a theater kid. Like Romeo, that is. Yeah, that means you're Rosalind, and you survived the play, so congratulations. Rosalind, cousin, said Benvolio. She's very beautiful. You certainly do aim high. Have you told Rosalind how you feel? I told her I love her, but she told me she'll never love anyone, confessed Romeo, tears welling up in his eyes. Never ever? Asked Benvolio. Never ever, asked Romeo. So I'll never ever be happy. Hold on now, Romeo, interrupted Benvolio. Sure, Rosalind's pretty, but there are lots of beautiful women in Verona. Follow me for the next half hour, and I'll point out 5 women just as beautiful as Rosalind. Romeo wasn't going to be so easily consoled. Every other beauty you show me will only make me love my Rosalind more, he insisted. Rosalind is perfect. Now that I've seen her, I can't settle for less. I need to be alone, cousin. You can't make me forget. But Benvolio wasn't about to give up. You want to bet? He asked, following close behind his stubborn friend. Meanwhile, just across the street, 2 other people were discussing love in a very different way. Their discussion was more formal, more reasonable, more polite. But the person they were talking about would soon come crashing into Romeo's life like a blazing comet. Rosalind is really just great. I love her. Underrated Shakespeare character for sure. Emo theater kid, yes. Going window shopping with the homies. The Rosalind movie, I really, really want to see it. All right, chapter 3, a party invitation. So now we meet an Italian named Paris. If you think that's confusing, I once knew a French poodle named Montana. Thank you, Thank you, Wishbone. A young count named Barish searched the crowded streets for Lord Capulet. Lord Capulet, he called, have you come to a decision about my question, sir? Today, as always, Paris' clothes fit perfectly and matched perfectly, and his hair was neatly combed. Have you decided whether I might have the hand of your fair daughter, Juliet? Wishbone says, according to the traditions of those days, a father had the authority to choose his daughter's husband. We hate that. Old Lord Capulet shook his head. I'm afraid the only answer I have for you today is the same answer I had for you yesterday. My child is just a teenager. I hardly think it's time for her to be a wife. This is another thing, too, as we're talking about the age difference between the two. This is more, I think Shakespeare also was like, Juliet's too young. That's weird as fuck. Cookies are in the oven. Let's go. Ooh, those are going to be good cookies. But my good sir, Paris replied as politely as possible, there are women younger than Juliet who have made very good mothers. Mothers, gasped Capulet. Listen, Paris, she's the only child I have. I'm in no hurry for her to get married. But if you do love her, seeing as you're such a gentleman, you're more than welcome to spend time with her. After all, I'm certainly not about to ask Juliet to marry someone she doesn't love, and she doesn't even know you. Ah, the 1500s. What a time. Yeah, this was very, very much how the world worked in the 1500s. Yikes, nope, not okay. Yikes, there it is. Mothers, yes. Unfortunately, that is the way the world worked at the time. It was, women were just there to get married and have babies as soon as possible. And again, because these books do not want to water down the original for young people, they don't. So that's, it's not sugar coated, and I do appreciate that because, you know, it is a product of the 1500s. Uh Thankfully things are not like that now. Making a commentary on how young women were when they got married, one can hope. No, I very much believe that he was. Like, that very much is, because there's several characters, like, as I'm thinking about it, there are several characters who talk about how young Juliet is. And they're like, she can't get married yet. Calling Italian CPS. Probably the attempted arranged marriage. The best example of arranging, no matter what, is marriage. S&S by Jane Austen. Oh, you know I'm a Jane Austen girly. I think Jane Austen was great. Read it recently about how young and naive she is. Again, marrying your cousin in Jane Austen's time was seen as completely run of the mill. Shakespeare was really progressive when you look at it. Also, Jane Austen was very progressive because her whole concept of marrying for love instead of just marrying because you had to was seen as very, very, very outrageous at the time. Cousin is okay. Yeah, obviously nowadays no one I shouldn't have to say this. Don't marry your cousin. I shouldn't have to say that. But back in Jane Austen's time, and certainly back in Shakespeare's time, people didn't know that that was wrong yet. It just was a thing. People married their cousins all the time. It's very weird by our standards, but just the way that the world worked. PSA on the Avery live stream: don't date your cousins. It's one of those things where it's like occasionally as a creator on online you have to make these disclaimers that you're like, I really shouldn't have to say this, but just in case. Just in case we're not all clear, don't do that. Um but with that being said, it's one of those things where like on this channel as we look at old media, you have to take into account the way that like things were in the time that they were written. Correct, Rachel. Imagine if someone objects. Yeah, I hope not to get any arguments on that. Happy Tequila Tuesday indeed, Rebecca. All right. Anyway, I really should read Jane Austen books on this channel. I adore Jane Austen. Anyway, um, let's see. Where was I? Um, she doesn't love, and she doesn't even know you. When may I call on Juliet then, sir? Inquired Paris. I hope it can be soon. Paris doesn't meet the vibe check at all. It's all coming back to me how much he doesn't. It can be tonight, lad, Capulet answered. I'm having a big party, and I've invited all my dearest friends and relatives. There will be musicians and dancing and feasting. You'll have a chance to get to know my daughter or any of the other lovely ladies you care to meet. You don't have other plans that will keep you away, I hope. Nothing in this wide world could keep me away, good sir, replied the eager young count. Excellent, said Capulet. Come here, Peter, he said to one of his servants who was strolling by, snacking on a pear. Yes, Lord Capulet, answered the servant, springing to attention as he tossed the pair away behind his back. Go through Verona, find the people whose names are written on this guest list, and tell them they're invited to my party tonight, ordered Capulet. But, sir, began Peter, looking worried. I've no time to chatter now, Capulet answered. I've got a million things to do before tonight. As Capulet and Paris left, poor Peter found himself in a terrible bind. Find the people whose names are written on this list, he whined. He might as well have asked the shoemaker to sew him a shirt, or the tailor to make him a nice pair of boots, or the fisherman to paint his portrait, or the painter to catch him a big juicy catfish. How could he ask me to do this job when I can't read a word? I'd better find somebody smart to help me out, or nobody will show up at the party. During this period, very few servants, like Peter, went to school or learned how to read or write. Who the fuck is Peter? It's so weird in today's standards, which makes me question why some... It's okay. Sprays with water. No, bad. Uh... Oh, this series that we're reading, Rebecca, this is Wishbone. Wishbone was a series about a dog on PBS who loved to read books. It was all a thing to get kids to read classic novels. This is a retelling of Romeo and Juliet. Discount store Romeo. Just then, Romeo and Benvolio came wandering by. Peter could tell they were well educated because of the complex debate they were having. Well, at the very least, Romeo, you must admit that a new pain can make you forget about an old one, reasoned Benvolio. You want to show me other women to add to my pain? Asked Romeo. Maybe the new pain could be relieved if the woman who causes it isn't as cold-hearted as Rosalind. Rosalind didn't do shit. I'll rep for Rosalind all the time. If only one disease could cure me of another, Romeo said, but there's nothing that can rescue me from the horrible, terrible... Romeo's speech trailed off as he noticed Peter standing there and staring at him and Benvolio. Can I help you? Romeo asked. Excuse me, sir, said Peter, but can you read? I can, answered Romeo. Really? Peter perked up. You mean you can read anything you see? I can read words, sentences, even whole paragraphs, responded Romeo. Delighted, Peter handed the note to Romeo. It's a list, isn't it? Romeo said as he looked at it. And it's a long one. It says Count Martino and his wife and daughters, Count Anselm and his beautiful sisters, and the lady widow Vitruvio, my nephew Tybalt. Romeo read down the list slowly until he got to a name that made his heart race. My fair niece Rosalind. Why, are all the names of these people on this list? Romeo asked the servant. They're all coming to the house, replied Peter. To what house? Romeo demanded. To my master's house. Please tell me the name of your master, Romeo pleaded. My master is the great Lord Capulet, and the guests are all coming to his house tonight. As long as you're not a Montague, you're welcome to come too. Thanks for your help, gentlemen. As Peter left, Benvolio sensed that his lovesick friend was excited. You're not planning to buy a mask and drop by on a certain party tonight, Romeo. You've read my mind, friend. Pick up 2 masks. I'll come along, offered Benvolio. To watch me suffer? No, to make sure you spend a little time noticing someone besides Rosalind. I'll point out other pretty faces, other sweet smiles, other lovely eyes. I'll prove to you that there are others just as beautiful as Rosalind and a lot more friendly. The idea that had been able to notice any other woman besides Rosalind seemed so ridiculous to Romeo that he did something he hadn't done in days. He laughed aloud. Do Montagues intend to crash the Capulets' big family bash, a risk so great they're taking now? Alas, alack, forsooth, bow bow. Okay, so I'm not Shakespeare, but he wasn't a cute little dog. We love discouraging marrying the cousin. We love discouraging marrying teenagers. Jesus Christ. We love, reverse wingman, kind of. Maybe Shakespeare was a cute little dog. You don't know. You don't know his life. In the episode, he would be probably playing Romeo, if I had to guess. But this is just the Wishbone Classic series straight up, so this isn't like the Sleepy Hollow one was a narrative, like a novel about the episode. So we got, just like in the episode when it shows him playing the main character, we got him as Ichabod Crane. This one, they're just retelling the story and not worrying about it. All right, so I also love that that Shakespeare thinks his like relationship problems are the worst in the world when like Juliet has a full like old man trying to marry her. And Romeo's over here just like no one understands like relationship problems and stress like I do. A pretty girl told me no one time. Confused why we're not talking about the book. Taking this book seriously if they don't know your channel isn't actually for children, really. My channel is not for children. I cover children's content, but it's all content from like my childhood, and I'm an old lady in terms of YouTube now. So 4. A Mother's Proposal. Now we meet the play's main women characters, Lady Capulet, the nurse, and of course Juliet. Believe it or not, in Shakespeare's days, Lady Capulet and the nurse were played by men, and Juliet was played by a boy. At that time, it was considered improper for females to perform on stage in plays. Of course, nowadays, anyone could perform in Shakespeare's plays. Some of us are still waiting for the all-dog version of Romeo and Juliet. I will roll up to that version immediately. I'm so heartbroken. Don't ask why. He really would. Characters kissing. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot in Shakespeare's day that people were chill with. Didn't even think to not be chill with it, and now we're just like, huh. Anyway, Nurse, where is my daughter? Tell her I wish to speak with her, Lady Capulet called out from her bedroom in the enormous Capulet house as a servant brushed out her hair. I did tell her you were looking for her, replied the nurse, as a stout woman of about 50 as she came trotting into the room. Juliet, she shouted, where are you? Your mother wants you. Here I am, said Juliet as she came in. Lady Capulet excused the servant who had been brushing her hair. The nurse was allowed to stay since she was Juliet's special guardian. She had cared for Juliet since she was a baby. Romeo and Juliet is considered a tragedy because some very sad things happen, but every once in a while, funny characters like the nurse show up to give the audience a few laughs. These laughs in the middle of a tragedy are called comic relief. I have a very serious subject to discuss with you, young lady, Lady Capulet began, so I'd like your undivided attention. Yes, mother, replied Juliet. You are growing up so quickly, Lady Capulet began. Indeed, interrupted the nurse, in 2 weeks she will be 14. I know that because the great earthquake was 11 years ago, and Juliet was only 3 then, so if she was 3 years old 11 years ago, then she would be 14 now. Yes, I know that, Lady Capulet snapped. She often had to put up with the nurse's interruptions. As I was saying, I remember Juliet so well at that age, Nurse babbled on. She was always running about. One day she fell and cut her forehead. I recall my husband, God rest his soul, picked her up. Did you fall down? He asked her. Then, enough, nurse, said Lady Capulet, trying to continue. I know I've said enough, confessed the nurse, far more than enough. It's just that you were such a darling child, Juliet, when I remember. And Juliet, you are still a darling child, even though not considered such in 1500s time. Yeah, Paris is probably like 30, which is. Yeah, it really is. The OG nurse knows the kid better than the parent. She still is a child. She still is very much a child. It's crazy what they didn't know. I know it's hundreds of years ago, but it's crazy what they didn't know, you know? As a child. Juliet is one earthquake old, for God's sakes. Correct. Very correct. This is again why my personal interpretation is that Shakespeare was trying to point out or like make a commentary on how young Juliet was, like on purpose, because he keeps mentioning it. Like it keeps being mentioned over and over again. When I remember, you'd better stop talking, nurse, whispered Juliet. She could see her mother was growing angry. I'll stop, promised the nurse, but I do swear, Juliet, you were the cutest baby. I'll die happy if I can live to see you married. That's just the subject I wanted to talk about, exclaimed Lady Capulet, finally getting the nurse's attention. Juliet, have you thought much about getting married? Married? Asked Juliet. Her mother might as well ask if she'd thought much about dressing as a boy and joining a troupe of traveling players. Well, mother, it's an honor I haven't considered. It's an honor indeed, the nurse chimed in. To be married is a great honor, if you can catch the right man, of course. You might give it some thought, continued Lady Capulet, because the Count Paris wants you to be his bride. Paris! Exclaimed the nurse. Why, he's the perfect man. He's handsome, he's rich, he's loved by everybody in town, he's a count, and what a terrific dresser. He is very well thought of, added Juliet's mother. Very well thought of, echoed the nurse. One of the most respected people in all of Verona. In fact, if there's anyone more popular than Paris, I can't think of him. It's the old Beauty and the Beast thing of, like, popularity does not make you a good person. It's all his teeth. D&D was wild. Oh, boy. Tonight has been wild here, too. We're talking about how in Shakespeare's time, 14-year-olds were pressured into getting married. So what do you say, Juliet? Asked her mother. Could you love him? Juliet shrugged her shoulders. Tonight you'll see him at our feast, the lady continued. If he approaches you, speak with him. Examine his character. And look him over too, Juliet, the nurse added. Sorry, my lady, but Paris is one of the most handsome men in Verona. If you'd like me to speak with Paris tonight, mother, I will, answered Juliet. Juliet and the nurse began to go through Juliet's enormous wardrobe to pick out just the right dress for her, Juliet to wear to the party. Good lord. Paris, too, was planning what he'd wear that evening. He dropped by the tailor to try on a new shirt he'd ordered just for the occasion, one with especially puffy sleeves. Meanwhile, a group of young men who weren't expected at the party were busy deciding what they would wear too, but unlike the others, they were planning to go in disguise. Hold on, Juliet's going to be meeting Paris, and Romeo's coming to see Rosaline? At this point, I'd have to call the play Romeo and Rosaline or Paris and Juliet. And having children, that's exactly how they all ended up having 15 kids. Hey, Chris. Yeah, it's true. I also thought Adam was fine. I don't know, like, the whole point of the story is that she falls in love with somebody for themselves and not how they look. And yes, it is very wholesome that, like, when he turns back into a prince, we're talking about Beauty and the Beast now. When he turns back into a prince, she's almost wary and disappointed because it's not the person, like, it's the person that she fell in love with, but it takes her a second to, like, reorient because she genuinely loved him the way that he was as a beast. But it is funny that, like, after a whole movie about, like, not loving somebody for what they are on the outside, everybody saw him turn back into the prince and was like, cool, he's ugly now. I never get tired of the Beauty and the Beast either. She did have to recalibrate for sure, for sure. Oh my god, it's already 9:30. All right, I guess I better speed up the pace on my reading. But why was he ginger? Why is that the thing that sticks out? Like, I can deal with him not being a beast, but a ginger? Taylor, same about the book ladder. All right, 5. Mercutio's joke. So, our merry Montagues intend to crash the Capulet party by wearing masks. How bold. Oh, and Wishbone is wearing a little mask. How daring. How fashionable. In the days in which our story takes place, it wasn't uncommon for young men to come to a party wearing masks. Sometimes they wore the masks as part of a little show they'd offered to do at the party. Sometimes they just wore the masks for fun. No, bring back masks bring back masks and capes and capelets in everyday society. No one in the streets of Verona that night was puzzled by the sight of a dozen young men wearing masks as they made their way through the town. Romeo, Benvolio, and a group of their Montague friends jumped at the chance to get into the party, regardless of who was hosting it. As they hurried along, the anxious teens all sang loudly and joked and danced around, punched one another, and laughed, all except Romeo, of course. We're going to make you dance tonight, Benvolio insisted. Not me, claimed Romeo. You with your merry hearts can dance. I have a soul to lead that way. I have a soul of lead that weighs me down to the ground. Benvolio's like, call us J-Lo, because we're gonna be on the floor. Suddenly Tuxedo Mask. Oh my god. I so badly want to just finally finish that Sailor Moon documentary. Nonsense, lover boy, shouted Mercutio, the group's wildest member. He was always fun to have around for his crazy stunts and gags, although he could be tiresome after a while. We all know somebody like that. You will dance tonight, Romeo, so borrow Cupid's wings and fly. Fly! He was basically like the jock bro, I guess. On the floor. Anyway. Um, I'm too wounded by Cupid's arrow to fly with his wings, Romeo replied. If love hurts you, hurt love back, Mercutio retorted. Give little baby Cupid a good swift kick. Real. Cupid is a mythical god of love. Any person Cupid shoots with his magical bow and arrow instantly falls in love. I don't know about Mercutio, but I personally wouldn't give a swift kick to anybody with a magical bow and arrow. Valid. Everybody laughed at Mercutio's clever answer, everyone except Romeo. I have a feeling something tragic is going to happen tonight, he said. Mercutio was getting pretty sick of Romeo moping. And what, may I ask, gives you that idea? A dream I had, Romeo replied. For Mercutio, this was the last straw. He couldn't stand the way some guys who fell in love, got all romantic, started writing poetry, and thought their dreams were full of important meaning. So Mercutio launched into one of his bitter, mocking speeches. At this point in the play, Mercutio goes into a long speech called a monologue. When a Shakespearean actor gets to do a monologue, it's like when a guitarist plays a solo. Mercutio really gets to have fun with this monologue. He uses his imagination to create a character named Queen Mab to tease Romeo. In a way, he was right. It is funny. What is the difference between a monologue and a soliloquy? Somebody Google that. I could Google it, but like, I'm tired. No, I'm just kidding. Somebody Google that while I keep reading. I think it has to do with the spacing and rhythm of it, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. A dream you had, he began. So you had a little dream. Well then, Queen Mab has been with you, Romeo. She's a nasty fairy the size of a pebble. She creeps into judges' noses at night while they're asleep and pulls out their nose hairs. Then she lands on bankers' fingers and makes them dream about money. Then she darts through certain teenage brains and makes them dream about lovey-dovey, scrumptious, dumptious love. Okay. I'm officially very lost. Then she lands on those lovers' lips to test their breath. If it stinks, she gives them blisters on their chins and warts on their toes. Then she twists the sweaty hair on their necks into knots, and she pinches the spits and tears and calm down, Mercutio, said Romeo, putting his arm around his friend. You're talking about nothing. Exactly, proclaimed Mercutio, catching his breath. I'm talking about dreams, which means absolutely nothing, so stop thinking about your depressing dreams and think about laughing. God damn. Can be heard by other characters. Soliloquy is for audience only. Oh, a soliloquy is for the audience. The other characters don't hear it. Copy that. Wow, he really said get your shit together. Yes, this is the Queen Mab part. You think it would be less confusing put out of the Shakespearean English, but it's not. It's somehow worse. Now wishing to make Mercutio angry again, Romeo kept his worries to himself. Wait, not wishing to make Mercutio angry again, Romeo kept his worries to himself as they all walked down the street. Soon, They arrived at the splendid Capulet house. They made sure their masks were in place and knocked on the door. When the door opened, what sights the young men beheld! A dozen musicians were playing stringed instruments, pipes, and drums of all kinds, and hundreds of people from all over town were dancing. Servants carried enormous trays of snacks. The long tables lining the walls were decked with luscious cakes, fruits, salads, and meats. Within moments, the masked Montague men were dancing, feasting, singing, and laughing. They fit in perfectly. But one young Montague stood still, not moving to speak, just standing at a sight that left him paralyzed. Who is this young Montague who cannot move or speak, and what does he see? Can you feel the suspense? I can. Hi, Boots. You telling the book to calm down? The hell was he on about? Oh, that's funny. I would love to be invited to a masquerade ball, but also I want to pay for a ball again. Fair. Hey guys, thank you for being here. Real quick, if you guys who haven't liked the stream already could like it, it does help other people know that we're here. And then we can share the love around. Always helpful. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. And if you're new and you haven't yet subscribed, subscribe. We're a pretty chill group here. She's a child, Romeo. Thanks for liking, Chris. I know, I always feel bad being like, hey, everybody, make sure to like the stream. It's all just YouTube bullshit. YouTube will make you jump through hoops to, like, be seen, so. Six. Love at first sight. Welcome, shouted jolly Lord Capulet. He called to his servant. Quick, you, bring some cakes for these young men in the masks. Welcome to the grand Capulet feast, gentlemen. Capulet was the kind of host who wanted everyone to be happy at all costs. It was great to be a guest at one of his parties. Being a servant at his parties was a different story. Bring more light here, he shouted as his servants. We need more light, I say. Bring more torches. People are bumping into each other. Leave those torches here at once. Now he's too hot. Too hot, I'm telling you. The dancers are sweating. What are all those torches doing here? Take them away. Away, I said. Are you deaf? And play louder, musicians. For what I'm paying you, you can play louder than that. I've worked with some directors like this. At one point, Lord Capulet took a brief break from shouting at his servants to chat with an old friend. Remember when we used to wear masks and go to parties like this, cousin, he asked. That hasn't been for 30 years, his cousin replied. What wild kids we were, Capulet remembered. Fondly, 30 years? It can't be, really. My, how the time has flown. More light over here. Bring some torches. Lord Capulet's greatest pleasure was to see everyone dancing. As long as everybody danced, he considered the party a complete success, so he did his best to get everyone onto the floor. Na, 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 na. Come on, you ladies, he shouted across the room. You can chit-chat anytime. Any woman who refuses to dance must have corns on her feet. Is that it? Have you got big, painful corns on your toes? Well then, why aren't you dancing? Dance, dance! Oh my god. Good night, Texas. Laughs in irony. Yes, he's hot. Because heel slick, right? I actually wonder. This is like a fashion history question. Were ladies wearing heels in the 1500s? They probably were, right? I wonder what shoes they were wearing. Jesus, Capulet. OG foot fetish. Ugh. Like, not judging, but oh boy, he's a lot. Just about everyone was dancing. The floor was packed with bodies, leaping and spinning about in time to the music, but one young man wasn't dancing. He stood off to the side in the shadows, staring at a young lady he'd never seen before, as she laughed and danced in a circle with her friends. The young man was Romeo, and the woman he was watching was not Rosaline, but Juliet, Lord Capulet's daughter. Her face has a brighter glow than the torches, Romeo said to himself, lifting his mask to get a better look. She's like a gorgeous jewel lighting up the room all by herself. Her beauty is too great for the world. She's so beautiful it hurts to look at her, but it feels wonderful too. I could stand here and look at her until the end of time. In the play, Shakespeare has Romeo say, "Did my heart love till now, forswear its sight, for I never saw true beauty till this night." In other words, one look at Juliet and he's totally forgotten about Rosaline. When the music stopped, Romeo got an idea. She's standing by herself all of a sudden, he thought. Now's my chance to speak to her. I'm scared to death, but love is making me brave. Here I go. So Romeo made his way across the crowded floor toward his new love, not noticing anything or anyone else. But someone noticed him. Tybalt, the Capulet, who was most anxious to fight, recognized Romeo, whose mask was still raised up to his forehead. "Hi, doggo." "Hi, buddy." "Hello, Mr. Ellis." "Hello." "I need you to go lay down, buddy." "I know, buddy. Can you go lay down? Can you go lay down?" Whoop. Sorry, I hit the microphone. "Come on, buddy. Let's go lay down." Thank you. Doggy said no. Hamster. It is true that, like, without Shakespeare's poetry, you realize how much his words really carry the story. Because reading the bits where, like, we get to see what Romeo actually says in the original play is so much better than just like, "Oh wow, look, that's so cool, she's pretty." "Boy," Tybalt barked at his servant, "go and get me my sword this instant." Uh-oh, Tybalt loves a fight. Will he challenge Romeo before Romeo gets to speak with Juliet? Will the Capulets and the Montagues continue their fight, fighting ways despite the warning of the prince? Read on. Pages are we reading tonight? We've got quite a little bit left together. Are you reading Wishbone? Ellis loves Wishbone. In our not cult. Alright, 7. Let me get a sip of my drink. First meeting. Lord Capulet overheard Tybalt calling for his sword. "What's wrong, Tybalt?" Capulet asked his angry nephew. "Not having a good time? Why don't you dance or have some more food?" "I've just seen one of our enemies, uncle," was Tybalt's bitter reply. "A snake from the house of Montague has come to make fun of our party. Anyone who breaks into our house deserves to be slaughtered, and I'll be glad to do the job." "What are you talking about?" asked Capulet. "A Montague? Where?" "There, uncle," said Tybalt, pointing across the room with the sword that had just been handed to him. "Slithering across our floor is Romeo, the snake who has invaded our feast." "Yes, it does look like Romeo," agreed Capulet. "But leave him alone, he's not causing any trouble. To tell you the truth, people say that he's quite a nice fellow, so just ignore him, all right? If you respect my wishes, you'll put away your sword and wipe that angry scowl from your face." "I have a right to be angry when a snake is in our house," Tybalt retorted. "I won't allow him to stay." Y'all, side note, this has nothing to do with anything. I was filming a short film a couple weeks ago in my own basement, and I was, like, in the creepy, gross crawl space filming, and there was legitimately just a snake, and I was beside myself upset. Anyway, continuing on. I won't allow him to stay. You won't allow him, yelled Capulet, losing his temper. You won't allow him, so it's your party, is it? And your house. You're not the master here. You will put up with him. Young man, do you understand? I won't let you turn my party into a bloody brawl. It's humiliating, Uncle, Tybalt whined. But, Uncle... Pet snake. I would be upset too. I was very upset. Right, Boots? Nice, free snake. I don't like snakes. Snakes are very scary to me. It does have that same vibe, Natty. Humiliating, is it? Railed Capulet. You spoiled little brat. I've told you to put away that sword. I'm not going to tell you again. Put it away. Tybalt's uncle was shouting so loud that people were starting to stare. Reluctantly, Tybalt did as Capulet asked. I'll put away the sword for now, he said to himself. What a hothead. Tybalt hates Romeo, but Romeo is only thinking about his true love. That would be Juliet, in case you just joined us. You can't know that it's your true love in like 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Romeo's heart was beating like mad. He had crept up behind Juliet and was now within inches of her. Suddenly he stopped and just stood there with no idea what to say. What to do. He held his breath, frozen for what seemed like 10 years, then without thinking he suddenly grabbed her hand. Juliet gasped. She didn't know who this strange boy was, but as she looked into his eyes, she felt as though she could trust him completely. It felt like they'd been best friends all their lives. I'm sorry for taking your hand, Romeo said. I know I have no right to. Your hand is so beautiful, and there's a very interesting picture of the two of them together. Delicate. It's like a beautiful palace. My poor hands are like beggars tramping through a palace in dirty boots. May I make up for the harm my hands have done to your hand with a kiss? Romeo wasn't thinking about what he was saying. The words were just pouring out, but to Juliet, they were poetry. You shouldn't insult such sweet hands as yours, Juliet replied. Your hands are so wonderful, they should be doing wonderful things, like praying. Okay. Juliet gently removed her hand from Romeo's grasp, turned to face him, and held both her hands in front of her face with the fingers spread wide apart. Getting a breakout and it's starting to hurt. Anyway. That religious riz. This really does come across like teenagers being cringe, doesn't it? Boot in the illustration. I don't know. They did both of them dirty with this illustration. Wait, I was late. Who is Wishbone playing in this one? Romeo? If so, ma'am, that's a paw, not a hand. So this is just the classic series, so he's not playing anybody. He's really just, it's just kind of like he's sitting here with us reading. I believe I'm gonna cover the episode, the Romeo and Juliet episode, and I think he plays Romeo. I think. Juliet gently, fingers spread wide apart. Romeo took her cue and raised his hands too. They placed their 10 fingertips together like two pairs of praying hands. Literally like the praying hands emojis. Of course, continued Romeo, his heart pounding as if it were about to burst out of his chest. When people pray, they don't just use their hands, they also use their lips. That's right, agreed Juliet. You can't whisper a prayer without using your lips. Well, then, said Romeo, let our lips do what our hands do and come together to pray. Sorry. It's so stupid. Sorry. Anyway, it just like felt like something like a cringy teenage boy like would tell you in youth group when he was like hitting on anyway. It, that just made me choke with laughter for some cringe. Cringe. Someone call the cringe, please. Let the praying begin, Juliet said, and no sooner had she said it than Romeo moved his head slowly towards hers and gave her a single gentle kiss. Juliet, called the nurse, your mother wants to talk to you. As Juliet hurried towards her mother, Romeo asked the name of his new love. Juliet's her name, lad, replied the nurse, and her mother's the lady of the house. A Capulet, he gasped. My family's enemy owns my heart. Come on, Romeo, urged Benvolio. The party's dying down. Let's head into town. Are you coming? As his friends dragged Romeo away, Capulet showed his guests to the door. Leaving already, people. Yes, it is getting late. Well, thank you for coming. What a night. Delightful and splendid. Wasn't it? Servant, give them more light over here, or they'll bump into a tree. Who's that going through the door, nurse? Asked Juliet. I don't know, confessed the nurse. Well, ask his name, nurse, please, begged Juliet. Juliet paced back and forth as she waited for her answer. Please don't let him be married, she thought. His name is Romeo, the nurse revealed. He's Montague, the only son of our mortal enemy. Juliet was crushed. My only love, a member of the only family I hate, she gasped. Come on, Juliet. It's time for bed, said the nurse. Juliet headed up the stairs to her room, where she would force herself to go to sleep, or she thought. Romeo and Juliet fall head over heels in love one minute, only to find out that their families are lifelong enemies the next. Holy, not the 30-year-old fiance. Romeo, shit. Juliet's also literally a child. She has no one had good taste in men at 14. No one. Before kissing him. Maybe, you know. Ow, my breakout hurts, and it's like I'm not supposed you know, touching it is gonna make it worse, but it just Or in the 1500s. There was not one person that had good taste in men in the 1500s. Romeo and Juliet in terms of like family dynamics. You were good back then, right? 8. Jumping the wall. Isn't this an exciting story? You might be surprised to learn that this story didn't come only from Shakespeare's imagination. He based his plays on poems, myths, and fables, historical events, and other plays. Shakespeare turned stories that might have been forgotten into classics. It is true. Is there like a Romeo and Juliet type thing in Disney? Oh, it's probably Pocahontas and what's his name? Ugh. John Smith. Worst Disney prince. Not even a prince. Worst Disney dude. Basis of this story. An Italian variant, maybe. Tristan and Iseult. Wait, how do you say her name? How do you say it? I love the story. I should be able to say it. Iseult? Um, Isolde. Isolde. That's how you say it. Isolde. Isolde. There we go. I got there eventually. Tristan and Isolde is a personal favorite myth of mine, even though apparently I cannot say her name until I give it 5 tries. And yeah, that was less about like families feuding and more just Tristan was supposed to bring Isolde back to uh his sometimes relative, the king, depending on the version of the story, and he was just like, nah, I'm gonna run off and get married. Isolde. Isolde. Yes. Though I am part Irish, I do very much struggle with Celtic names. Anyway. As the Montague men made their way from the Capulet house, they passed through a wide garden surrounded by a stone wall. Benvolio, Mercutio, and the others boasted to one another about all the girls they danced with at the party, but Romeo didn't hear a word they said. He was lost in a dream. As the young men passed through the gate leading out to the road, a gatekeeper wished them good night and shut the gate behind them. When the gate slammed shut, Romeo gazed longingly back at the house. In a flash, he came up with a plan. Slipping away from his friend, Romeo dashed away and hid behind a bush. Can I go forward when my heart is here with Juliet? He thought. As he heard his friends coming closer, he scurried behind another bush. Then he leapt right over the wall to the Capulet's garden. Holding his breath, he listened a moment as his friends approached. They had just noticed he was gone. Romeo, cousin Romeo, called Benvolio. Why are you calling him by his old name? Benvolio asked Mercutio. Lover boy, madman, poet. Oh, miserable victim of Cupid, can you hear us? I have a feeling he does hear us, said Benvolio, but he would rather be left alone. Should we leave you alone, Mr. Dreamhead? Taunted Mercutio. Should we let you go moping in your marvelous madness, O prince of poetry, king of kissing, O leader of lovesick longing? Actors playing Mercutio really enjoyed delivering the many funny lines Shakespeare wrote for the character. Though Romeo is the biggest, most important male role in the play, many actors would rather play the witty Mercutio. I can definitely see that. Benvolio, what the fuck? Cover first of all Cinderella, and then the sequels, because 3 is weirdly good. You fucking idiot, Romeo's friends. Oh, unreliable. You did nothing. Yeah. Revives Romeo, falls for and marries a legit child. Uh, uh. All right. Benvolio told Mercutio to hurry, but Mercutio hadn't finished making fun of their lovesick friend. Now he'll lie out under the stars writing poems, and he'll be writing out there until dawn. And so I bid you adieu, poor poet, poor sick madman, poor lunatic. By now, the group had dragged Mercutio far enough away that Romeo could barely hear him. It's easy for him to make fun of people in love, because he's never been in love himself, Romeo thought. If he had, he'd understand. Romeo, you haven't been in love. You're just being a teenager. And the noise of his friends' voices died away. Romeo began to roam around the Capulet grounds, which was a very dangerous thing for him to do. If he was caught by his family's enemies, he would be killed. He heard something stir on the other side of the towering oak and froze. Then he realized that it was only an owl perched on a branch over his head. As he crept past the row of trees that led along the side of the house, Romeo heard soft voices and saw 2 guards seated on a bench outside the stable door. He dashed back toward the front and slid behind a row of bushes lining the wall. The bushes went all the way around to the other side of the house. Romeo held his breath for as long as he could, afraid that someone would hear him. Finally, he reached the corner and slid around it. Then he found another row of bushes lower than the row that lined the wall and back. Now Romeo had to bend his knees as he inched along so his cap wouldn't poke out over the top of the hedge. When the row of bushes ended, Romeo leaned out and peered into the yard. It was completely dark, except for the light of the full moon. Then there were no doors on this side of the house, nor were there any guards. There also wasn't any place to hide except for one tall leafy tree that stood next to the house and reached up toward a balcony. I could make a dash to the tree, Romeo thought. Those guards are pretty far away from here. They looked lazy, sitting there mumbling to one another. As long as they don't go for a midnight stroll, they won't hear my footsteps. They won't hear me climbing up the tree either. I could climb high into the branches and leap onto the balcony and into the house of my love. If he'd stopped to think, Romeo would have realized his plan had problems. For example, once he got inside the house, how would he find Juliet? There were hundreds of rooms in the Capulet mansion, but Romeo wasn't planning that far ahead just yet. He was following his heart. He was determined, desperate, and a little bit insane with love. I love how Wishbone's just like reality checking the situation. If only Romeo had common sense. Parkour! I know, I love this detailed description of Romeo climbing bushes. Lazy guard duos are this old. Hardcore parkour. Wishbone is having none of it. His heart needs a GPS. I love that. Common sense is not that common. Romeo is committing crime. There wasn't much that could stop Romeo from making his way toward the house. Then suddenly something did. As he dashed towards the tree beneath the balcony, light came pouring out. Someone had lit a candle in the room inside, casting light out through the balcony over Romeo's head. How did they hear me? He said to himself in panic. I was creeping so quietly that I could hardly hear my footsteps myself. I like to think that in real life he was just making so much fucking noise. What awful luck. Now they're going to send the guards down to catch me and beat me because I'm a Montague. Then they'll have me arrested for being on their property. I'll be sent away to prison and I won't get to see Juliet's face ever again. You'll probably also be killed, but you know. But Romeo's luck wasn't awful at all. In fact, just the opposite was true. For after an instant of panic, Romeo realized that the candle hadn't been lit by an angry parent or a suspicious watchman. It had been lit by Juliet. She stepped out onto the balcony and began to speak. Balcony? She's on a balcony? When you've got Romeo looking up at Juliet, who's standing on a balcony? You've got, could it really be? Yes, I think it must be the most romantic scene of all time. The balcony scene. I guess it is romantic. It's kind of stupid when you think about it. But also... Yep, we're there. That's neither here nor there. You know, you're right. Hey, adults, take a shot every time Romeo commits a crime. Well, drinking age adults, wherever that may be for you. In America, there's like 3 years in between being an adult legally and being allowed to drink, but I don't know. It's weird. 9. The balcony. In the play, this is where Romeo says, "But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun." I love that verse. This is Wishbone talking. It is a pretty verse. Romeo was so dazed by good luck that he could hardly stand up. He held onto the trunk of the tree for support and stared up at the face he adored. What a dazzling light pours from that balcony, he thought. What a gorgeous glow, and it all comes from her face. Here it is, the middle of the night, and I could swear I'm watching a sunrise. My Juliet is the beautiful sun that warms the whole world. Can you imagine being commissioned to rewrite Shakespeare lines, but badly? They're staring out across the moonlit yard. Juliet began to move her hips as though she were speaking. Her lips, I got real confused for a second. My brain misread. Okay. She began to move her lips as though she were speaking, but she didn't make a sound. Who is she speaking to? Her hips don't lie, I guess. Who is she speaking to? Wondered Romeo. I wish she were speaking to me, but no, she's speaking to someone far more worthy than me. Look, Juliet's eyes glow more brightly than any star. Those eyes pour brightness down across her delicate cheeks and light up the night. Without warning, Juliet did make a sound. It was a small sound, a single sigh. She speaks, Romeo thought. Oh, please speak again, for your voice is heavenly music, like angels singing in harmony as they float through the clouds. Juliet had no idea anyone was listening to her every word. Oh, Romeo, Romeo, she sighed. Why do you have to have that name, Montague? I wish you'd just leave your father and change your name, or if you won't, swear that you love me and I'll stop being a Capulet forever. Hey, that sounds familiar. This is the part of the play where Juliet says, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Wherefore doesn't mean where, it means why. So she's saying, why are you Romeo, a Montague, the enemy of my family? Wherefore can't I come up with incredible lines like that? It is true. To this day, there's a lot of people that don't know that. When she says, wherefore art thou Romeo, she's not saying, where are you? Like, a lot of people who haven't read the play or haven't read it in a while think she's saying, where are you, Romeo? Like, trying to find him in the garden, but she's not. Anyway. Italian CPS, he's in the tree. Guards, he's in the tree. Her hips, those don't lie. Someone's stalking Juliet. Yeah, you're right. Someone in chat just pointed out that she doesn't even have hips because she's literally 14, and that's true. And that's 1500s were a weird fucking time, weren't they? Ugh. Romeo is dumbstruck. She's thinking about me, just like I've been thinking about her. He wanted to answer her, but he longed to hear more of the voice that was music to his ears. It's your name that's my enemy, Juliet continued. You'd be you, even if you weren't a Montague. What's a Montague anyway? It's not your hand or your foot or your arm or your face or any other part of your body. Oh, why couldn't you have some other last name? Juliet continued. It feels illegal to be reading, like, this version of Shakespeare, doesn't it? Like, it feels like Juliet, like, Shakespeare would keel over if he saw this rendition of his writing. As Juliet continued, she leaned forward over the balcony to pluck a leaf off the branch of the nearby tree. She leaned so far over that Romeo was sure she would see him, but she didn't know he was there. What's all the fuss about names, anyway, she wondered. If we called roses dandelions, they'd smell just as sweet, and Romeo would be just as wonderful if he were called Othello, or Prospero, or Romeo. Get rid of your name, which isn't any part of you. In exchange for your name, take all of me. In the play, this is where Juliet says, what's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other word would still smell as sweet. It's true, too. Try the test yourself. I will, shouted Romeo, no longer able to listen in silence. Tell me you love me, and I'll be born all over again with a completely different name. Startled, Juliet sprang back from the balcony. Who's hiding out there in our yard spying on me? She called down in the darkness. I have no idea how to tell you who I am since I hate my name, Romeo answered. My name is your enemy, so I refuse to use it. If it were written down, I'd tear it into 100 pieces. At once Juliet recognized the voice that called to her. She smiled and leaned over the balcony, railing. You're Romeo, aren't you? She asked, and you're a Montague. I'm neither of those, Romeo answered, if you don't want me to be. How in the world did you get here? She asked Romeo. The walls around our house are very tall and hard to climb. Aren't you worried about the watchman and my father? Do you have any idea what they'd do if they found you out here? My love for you gave me wings, so I flew right over the walls, Romeo replied. Did you think a heap of stones could keep out true love? Let your relatives do what they like to me, and any pain they could cause would be wiped out by the joy of this moment. If they find you, they'll kill you, Juliet warned. Your beauty gives me strength, Romeo explained. Inspired by your eyes, I could beat an army single-handedly. Seriously, Romeo, she persisted, they must not find you. Let them find me, Romeo exclaimed. She's like, please, stop. We're spitting on Shakespeare's ghost reading it. It does, doesn't it? Shakespeare would like Wishbone, though. I think it would be right. He would find it delightful. Romeo, good sir, chill. Romeo, on God, they'll fuck you up. Oh, that's funny. Romeo, on God, they'll fuck you up. Someone clip that, because I need that clip. Romeo, fuck the Montagues. Oh my god. They'll plaster your corpse on yonder cobblestone paths. That's so funny. She's like, brother, chill the fuck out. You know which window was mine, she asked. Love showed me the way, he answered. I'd be able to find my way to... Oh my god, do you know what this is giving? This is giving. Do you remember in Modern Family, like all the scenes where Dylan, the boyfriend, was like trying to get Haley back? It's giving that energy. That's all I'm picturing now. I'd be able to find my way to you even if you were hidden on the other side of the world. I would never have said all those things if I'd known you were there, Juliet confessed, suddenly embarrassed. She paused and thought for a moment, then she asked, "Do you love me?" Before Romeo could answer, Juliet continued, "I know you'll say yes, and that you'll swear you love me, but people swear they love each other forever all the time, and their love doesn't last a week. If you really do love me, say it and really mean it." Good for you. You know what, Juliet? Good for you. The Dylan song. Not the Dylan song. It's so fucking funny. You know, wow, that's fucking cringy way. Is this, do you want a date or is this a cry for psychological help? Oh my god, I love this community. Age aside, Juliet does have bars, yes. I'm much more one-sided. Yes, it really is. It so is. God, I can't wait to keep. Oh, in episode 6, we get to revisit our weird ass family tree. I'm so, so excited. Ready to prove his love with a kiss, Romeo shimmied up the tree, climbed into the branches, and was perched on a long limb from which he could reach Juliet's outstretched hands. Once again, Romeo tried to swear his love. "My dear Juliet, I swear by that moon that as long as the seas rush across the—" "Don't swear by the moon," Juliet interrupted. "The moon's—" Hang on. I feel the need to sneeze. Okay. "Don't swear by the moon," Juliet interrupted. "The moon's always changing. Every night it's a little different, and sometimes it disappears altogether. I don't want your love to change every day or to disappear ever." "So what should I swear by?" asked Romeo, at a loss for words. "Don't swear at all," was Juliet's answer. "Or, if you will, just swear by yourself, since you're the man of my dreams." A funny way to write that. "If you'd like," Romeo began, not really knowing how to swear by himself. In the name of—" "No, don't swear at all," she cut him off again. "All your promises are making me nervous. This is happening so quickly." Romeo didn't want Juliet to feel rushed, but he didn't want to leave her either, so as kind as her next words were, they disappointed him. "Good night, my sweet," she sighed. Romeo gripped her hands even more tightly. "Let's let our love grow slowly," she explained, "like a flower that spreads its petals a little bit more every day. I hope your sleep is sweet as the joy I'm feeling right now in my heart." "Will you make me go without your promise?" asked Romeo. "My promise of what?" Your promise that you love me," he answered gently. "I gladly give you my promise that I love you with all my heart," she responded. "Yet all of a sudden I wish I could take back that promise." "Take it back?" he asked, alarmed. "Why would you want to take back your promise that you love me?" Wishbone says, "Hello, start flipping the book pages and check out the action. Whatcha!" They have a little, like, you can't see it, but there's like a flip book style thing with Wishbone running and catching a ball and then throwing it again. The middle of the night. 14 going on emotionally mature 16. Juliet has a point. Artemis doesn't respect romance. Swipe left. Damn, she wants consistency. Yup. "So I could give it to you all over again and again and again," she replied. "My love is as enormous as the sea. No matter how much of it I could give you, there's always more. In the play, Juliet says, "My bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love as deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite." Juliet glanced back in her room. She heard Nurse calling to her from down the hall. "Coming, Nurse," Juliet said. She gestured to Romeo that she'd be back, then hurried into her room. Romeo was thrilled beyond belief. He swung on the branch like a monkey, then let go and dropped to the ground in a single leap. He lay on his back, giggling quietly, staring up at the stars. "How do I know I'm not dreaming?" He thought. "This could all be a dream. It's way too quick, too strange, too perfect to be real. Oh well, if it is a dream, I hope I never wake up." As Juliet hurried back out to her balcony, she called down to her giddy friend in a whisper. I like how the narration friend-zoned him. "I only have time for 2 more words, Romeo. Good night." But in fact, Juliet had more than 2 words to say. She followed her good night with an offer that left Romeo shocked and thrilled. "If your love really is serious," she whispered breathlessly, and you'd like to marry me, and you can find someone willing to marry us, let me know, and I'll be yours for as long as I live." Romeo could hardly believe his ears. He wanted to shout "yes" at the top of his lungs, but he was too astounded to speak. As the nurse called to Juliet again, Juliet wished Romeo 1,000 good nights and dashed inside. "1,000 good nights from sweet Juliet would kill me," he said softly to the stars. "Having to say good night to her just once is unbearable." Once again, Juliet appeared to the window and called softly to Romeo. "So when will I hear from you about the marriage plans?" she asked. "I know just the man to do the job," was Romeo's swift answer. "Give me a little time to work out the details, a day at the most." "By this time tomorrow, then," she said. "It will seem like 20 years until then," Romeo added. "Like 1,000,000 years," said Juliet. She had no idea how he'd work out the details or how he'd let her know what they were. She just trusted that Romeo would find a way. For a moment, they just stood there, gazing at each other, with no idea what to say. "I had something to say, but I forgot what it was," Juliet confessed. Romeo was happy to wait while she tried to remember what she was going to say, and Juliet was glad to keep forgetting what she meant to say just so she could keep him in her company. Romeo didn't... Oh my god, I have a cough. Oh, it's killing me. Narrator, she would not live very long. Romeo, challenge accepted. You don't even know what cereal he likes. You don't even know what his gamer tag is. What would... Chat, here's a question. What would Romeo's gamer tag be? I'm kidding, an Elvis impersonator. "I love you. Please be normal about it, Romeo. I have never been normal about anything ever. It's true." Romeo didn't mind. He would easily have made that small spot on the grass in which he was standing his home as long as he could keep gazing up at her face. "It will be morning soon," Juliet said at last, breaking the silence. "I guess you should go, but I wish I could keep you from going far. I wish you were a little bird tied to my finger by a string. Then you couldn't fly. Then you could fly a bit, but you'd always have to come right back into my palm." "If I were your bird, you wouldn't need a string," answered Romeo. "Perching on your hand and staring at your face would be the perfect spot for me." They ran out of things to say again, and soon they're silently gazing at one another for a minute and stood there silently gazing at one another for a minute or two more. "Good night," Juliet finally said. "Good night," Romeo echoed. Neither budged. "Good night," Juliet said again. "Good night," Romeo said again. There was silence. Oh my god, guys, this is the original version of "No, you hang up first." "Saying goodnight to you is so sad. I could keep on saying goodnight until tomorrow," Juliet confessed. At this point in the play, Juliet says, good night, parting is such sweet sorrow, that I shall say good night till it be morrow." Do you love that poetry as much as I do? As she blew him a kiss, Romeo turned to wander away. Then she charged to the tree once. Then he charged to the tree once more, yanked himself up to her window, and gently touched her face. They kissed again until the nurse called Juliet away. Romeo did finally depart, though not to go to bed. By now it's so late that the night's almost over, and Romeo's still not going to bed? Where else in the world could he be going? Oh my god, I love these answers. That's a dark slut Romeo 59. Something that begins with XX and ends with yes. XX Alpha Simp player XX. That's funny. Lord Capulet. Oh, yeah, Lord Capulet's just listening to all of this, just trying to sleep. Olivia, no. Gotta throw in some symbols or numbers. Oh, yeah. For sure. Speaking of romances that take a little bit of our take a little bit of time off of our life, I need to go figure out where we were in the As the World Turns saga. You know? 10, A Visit to the Friar. So now we're meeting Romeo's friend, Friar Lawrence. A friar is like a priest that people would go to when they had problems. As the first pink rays of dawn chased away the darkness of night, Friar Lawrence rose, dressed his portly frame in his brown hooded robe, and began attending his duties to the church. Though his main duty was listening to confessions, it was too early for anyone to be visiting. At this early hour, a friar would normally light the candles in the church, polish holy relics, or study the Bible. But Friar Lawrence had a special hobby that he liked to pursue at the crack of dawn each day, collecting plants. The morning, like most others, the aging friar went into his garden behind the church with his basket to see how his plants were doing. Wholesome. A wholesome moment of calm in this sea of chaos. I must know what happened to Diego or Lily. I know, guys. I'm sorry I've been away from streaming them. Pretty sure we were trapped in the walls with Shirley Henry and Rich Wine Mama. Oh, that's right. I'll have to go just look at the last stream and just figure out like which episode we watched last. Again, the thing about the friar is like as fucked up as a 14-year-old getting married to an 18-year-old is, it was considered like normal in Shakespeare's time, so it's like, I don't know. I always thought the friar was a pretty chill dude as far as characters in this play go. Even though it's weird as fuck, but it's not, yeah. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not the friar's fault. The friar lives in a society, I guess. I don't know. Just do my job and go. I didn't. It would be a different story. Friar also wanted peace between the families, and Romeo and Juliet would be a way to do that. Yeah, Yeah. Pedantic. 18 is a step up from 30. Not good by any means, but less awful. Agreed. Definitely agreed. Definitely better than her marrying a 30-year-old. It is one of those things with like old media where it's like it's kind of just like, wow, fucking weird that that was normal, isn't it? Like ideally neither, but if I had to choose specifically between the two bad options. Yeah, I know what you mean, Ellery. I definitely know what you mean. Again, I think this whole book is just Shakespeare being like, isn't it fucking weird how young people get married? Because in his day, this was very, very normal. And I think just from the way that his writing is, that he had opinions against it. I don't know. Oh, yeah, the ads. The ads. The ads are going to be great. He was always delighted when a beautiful flower was ready to be plucked, but he didn't just care for the plants that were pretty to look at. Weird plants, rare plants, prickly plants, sticky plants, smelly plants, and even poisonous weeds were of great interest to the friar. He wasn't interested in plants for their looks, but for their uses. He believed that everything on earth had been put there for a reason, so he felt every plant could be great use to people. He would totally be down with weed. Just saying. I thought the point is that he was making fun of the idea of overly dramatic young romance, but yes, that's what I believe too. Yeah, like I definitely think he was making fun of young romances that he saw in his day and how normal they were. But I don't know. I mean, I kind of do know just because, like, reading context, but yeah, anyway, sorry. Continuing on. Is May loves God. But Miss May loves God. Please it, Olivia. For this reason, he carefully examined each unique plant he could find. He crushed, dissolved, and blended his plants together to make medicine and potions of all kinds. This morning, crouched on all fours, he came upon a tiny purple flower. Within the tiny leaf of this weak little flower are two very different, very powerful forces. Friar Lawrence marveled, a look of wonder crossing his kind, gentle face. If you smell the flower, its sweet aroma fills you with joy, but if you taste even the smallest piece, this little flower can leave you completely paralyzed, appearing to be dead. He plucked the small purple flower and dropped it into his basket. Chekhov's purple flower has entered the chat. Just shock. Botanist Bay loves God, all with the underscores. Beautiful. Good morning, father. Friar heard a young man's voice call. Bless you, whoever is up so early, he replied as Romeo approached. The friar became concerned. My son, if you're up this early, you must be very upset about something. It has to do with Rosalind again, I'm sure. So he's been to talk to to the friar about Rosalind. Of course he has. Dramatic bitch. Oh no, father, Romeo exclaimed. I've forgotten about Rosalind completely. The friar was relieved by this news, for Romeo had been complaining to him every day of the grief Rosalind caused him, but the friar was still curious about why Romeo had come so early. In a flood of words, Romeo attempted to explain, I've been at a party with the enemy of my family. I can't help you if I don't understand what you're talking about, said the friar. Now tell me again, but this time simply and slowly. Romeo caught his breath and explained to the friar that he had fallen in love with Juliet of the house of Capulet, and that she had fallen in love with him too. The only thing we need now, Romeo added, is for you to marry us today. What? The friar yelped. Romeo's extreme behavior had surprised him before, but this sudden change left the friar baffled. Is Rosalind, whom you loved so much, so soon forgotten? Romeo tried to explain, but the friar was only beginning his lesson. How silly your heart is that you fall deeply in love with a different woman every minute. Preach, friar. But father, Romeo tried to break in, but the friar wasn't through. Look, here's the stain for Rosalind that hadn't dried yet. Maybe that's because you left it there only yesterday, and now Rosalind erased from your memory? Young man, you leave me speechless. You told me to put aside my love for Rosalind, remember? Romeo asked. I didn't mean you should get rid of one love to make room for another, answered the friar. This love is completely different, Romeo insisted. How? The friar demanded. Well, for one thing, Romeo replied, the lady I love now loves me back with a love that will last forever. The friar wondered, could the love of these two young people bring the feuding families together? Finally, the friar spoke. I will help you, for I think the love between you and Juliet may end the terrible hatred between the Montagues and the Capulets. Now here's what we will do. What plan does the good friar have up his sleeve? Can this plan resolve years of family hatred? We'll soon find out. Friar again? Laughs in foreshadowing. Friar, have you heard of being single, you stupid young man? Right? The friar's like, please, these young kids are killing me. Oh, I need a second to stretch. How we all doing, guys? Hmm. Sorry, that was a big stretch. I needed it. Don't forget to like the stream if you like the stream. I do like that the friar talks a little bit of sense. I'm baking cookies. Yay! Oh, let me take a second. I don't know why the Wishbone books always take longer than I think they will. Shows at the finales tonight. Ooh, fun. Yes, doing all the YouTube things helps YouTube know that we're here, so appreciate you guys for that. Yeah, Patrick, we're just reading Wishbone's Romeo and Juliet and talking about how fucking weird marriage standards were in the 1500s. Kids were getting married sometimes to, well, almost to a 30-year-old and then to an 18-year-old, which still isn't good, but normal in their time, and just a whole lot. There's a whole lot going on in Romeo and Juliet. How old? Wait, I have a question because I need to know because they said how old Shakespeare was when he got married. Um, he was born in 1564 and in 1582, so he was 18 when he got married. How old was his wife, I wonder? Romeo and Juliet, the OG soap opera. Juliet was 14. Not much better. Definitely not much better. Someone let me know how old William Shakespeare's wife was, if we know, if historians know that. Wait, she was 26 when they got married and he was 18? Is that true? Edgar Allan Poe did marry a 13-year-old cousin. It's a whole can of worms, but basically that was acceptable. Oh no, she was the problem. Yeah, Edgar Allan Poe's time also. Basically, didn't Edgar Allan Poe marry his cousin because he was trying to keep her safe from like somebody else that was trying to marry her, and because that was acceptable in their time, like they basically got away with that? Like, isn't that a whole thing, or am I could be incorrect? Yeah, there's a whole, yeah, people didn't know not to marry their cousins or marry children. It was a very weird time. And it's like when you talk about old media, things from old times, it's so weird because like on one hand, we know that that's fucked up now, but it's also like I don't know, you can't really isolate it from the fact that that's unfortunately how the world worked and say that one person. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I suppose death is a cold case still technically. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? No one knows how Edgar Allan Poe died. Yeah, it's weird covering old media because it's like a lot of weird shit that we know isn't okay now happened, but we also just have to be faced with the reality that that's how shit was happening back then. So I don't know. It's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. It's a whole thing. Welcome to the past 4 years of being on YouTube with for me. Yeah, the wish. Okay, Frankenstein is so fucking weird because he marries his sister. That is an interesting take that Shakespeare was married at a young age to an older person, and therefore that would give him an interesting perspective on this. That is an interesting take. Adopted sister technically, but like still weird. Still weird and weird. I guess I could be, I guess not. I guess in that time period people were okay with it, but like I feel like even for that time period it's probably iffy, but I guess not anyway. He's like, ew, and then he lets his maid die for the murder of his bro. Oh yeah, Frankenstein's a whole shit show. Fucking weird. I love Wishbone, Pride and Prejudice too. Being blonde to be an orphan. Yeah. Anyway, the olden days are fucking wild. Yeah, let's keep reading. Was Victor was the monster. Oh yeah. Victor was a fucking hot mess. Let's keep reading this fucking hot mess as we go. forgot I forgot how much 1500s bullshit is Romeo and Juliet. So I forgot how much of this we were going to be dealing with tonight. Anyway. Creation of Frankenstein changes what came before it, based off telling the story different in the end. Yeah, that's true too. The creature is the monster when Victor is right there bothers me. Me too, Ellery. And I think that's the whole point. So I think Mary Shelley would also be very disappointed in people who think the monster is the monster. Or the creature is the monster, because he's not a monster. Told Juliet ahead of time. Wait. Told Juliet what? I think I missed something. Let me keep reading. Juliet knew 11, a secret marriage. Knew she could trust the nurse, so she sent the nurse into town to find out Romeo's plans for their marriage. Juliet can hardly wait for the nurse to come back and tell her what is going to happen. The scene between Juliet and the nurse is one of the funniest in the whole play. Oh, about the flower not actually being poisoned. The same message is a thesis I want to write someday. Ooh, that would be really interesting. I believe this was an episode. Hang on, now I have to double check. Because if it's not an episode, I have to rework my video plans. Because I was going to cover it. Wishbone. And Juliet. Yep. Looks like it. Yep. It was an episode. That episode was in that one. Oh, that's fun. I'll definitely look into it. And people are thinking they're about the creature. Literature students who clearly have no media literacy. Having no media literacy is something that really upsets me. It's something that I've been trying to combat in my own life, and it's something that I really think it's just the downfall of us as a society of people. Because without good media literacy, you think that the creature is the monster. You think everything that Victor Frankenstein does is okay. You think that William Shakespeare wanted a 14-year-old to be the center of the greatest love story of all time. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's a lot. Wherefore art thou, babe? Anyway, I'll stop talking and keep reading. Because it is getting a little late. We're gonna finish this book, goddammit. Juliet could hardly sit still as she waited for her nurse to return with word from Romeo. I sent her out at 9 o'clock, and now it's nearly noon. She fretted. Love's messenger should not take so long. If only Romeo and I could send our thoughts to each other, then each of us would know right away what the other was thinking. That's such a teenager in love thing to say. Just then the nurse hobbled into the room. Juliet jumped to greet her. My dear nurse, what news do you bring? Oh, I am so tired, the nurse complained, sitting down heavily in a chair. I'm not used to all the running around. My bones ache. But what did Romeo say? Juliet asked impatiently. Wait a minute, child. Can't you see I'm out of breath? How can you be out of breath when you have the breath to tell me that? Juliet cried. Your excuses take longer to tell than news of Romeo could ever give. Oh, yes, Romeo, the nurse said. He's a fine-looking boy, for sure. And he seems like a nice enough fellow. By the way, you have had your dinner. Have you had your dinner yet? My dinner? Who cares about that? Juliet said. She was ready to tear her hair out with impatience. Oh, my head aches, the nurse moaned, and my back too. Juliet hurried to rub the older woman's back. No, not there, my dear. On the other side. I tell you I am too old for all this running about. Sweet nurse, I am very sorry. You don't feel well, Juliet said, trying hard to be polite, but please tell me what my true love said. Your true love says, like an honest gentleman and courteous and kind and handsome one, where is your mother? Where is my mother? Juliet shrieked. What sort of answer is that? Your true love says, like an honest gentleman, where is your mother? Don't be rude to me, or you can deliver your messages yourself, the nurse said sulkily. Oh, nurse, please, Juliet begged. All right, the nurse grumbled. You must go to Friar Lawrence's church today. There you will find the man who will make you his wife. Juliet blushed with pleasure and covered her cheeks with her hands. Her nurse laughed to see the girl so happy. Hurry, the older woman said. Romeo is waiting for you. Indeed, Romeo was already waiting at Friar Lawrence's church. They met last night, by the way. And he was just as impatient to see Juliet as she was to see him. But the friar was growing nervous. Oh, heavens, please smile upon this holy act, he prayed. Don't punish us later with sorrow. Amen, amen, said Romeo, but I'm not worried about sorrow anymore. Nothing can ruin the joy I feel when I am near Juliet. 1 minute with her fills me with enough happiness to cancel out a lifetime of pain. Romeo's confidence only made the friar more nervous. Though these people he was about to marry were so young, did they have any idea what they were getting into? They were playing with fire, taking a very dangerous risk. Once we're married, even death won't frighten me, Romeo said. It will be enough for me just to be able to call such a sweet creature mine. Romeo heard Juliet hurrying up the walk. It is so good to see you again, my love, he cried, clapping her hands in his own. My love for you has grown so much that I can scarcely hold it all in, Juliet told him. Come, Friar Lawrence said, smiling at them, let us make you man and wife. And there is a picture of them getting married. Things are going great now that Romeo and Juliet are married, but methinks there may be trouble ahead. What could possibly go wrong? Yes, teenagers getting married. What could go wrong? It's messaging circa 1500s, yes. Assumptions about these types of stories like Frankenstein and Romeo and Juliet is that they want to make the story marketable. That is true. Saying Romeo and Juliet is the greatest love story of all time does market better than Romeo and Juliet is a cautionary tale about the social pressures of getting married young in Shakespeare's time, you know? Mr. Darling, I think it is a mistake to have a dog for a nurse. She looks upon her children as her puppies. Laughs in foreshadowing. Yeah. Yeah, you ready to see two teenagers fuck up their entire lives? Let's finish the book. I'm actually genuinely curious when people in general started to not agree. Male characters more feminine. In general, like having a dislike for them. Oh, just like as a social, like, whatever. I don't know. Toxic masculinity has taken many forms over time. I'll be right back, guys. I'm back. I just had to go get a tissue for a second. My nose was running. Sorry, I'm back. Don't be frightened. I'm back. Okay. So, let's recount. The friar has just married 2 teenagers without anybody else except for one of the teenagers' nurses knowing about it. Now, this is not illegal because at this point in history, teenagers were considered to be adults. But all hell is still about to break loose. In the words of 10 Things I Hate About You, the shit hath hitteth the fan. Let's continue. Do you like my recaps of classic literature? I think I'm doing an okay job. Shortly after Romeo and Juliet finish their wedding vows, our story takes us back to the town square. A group of Montagues are on one side and a group of Capulets are on the other. Need I say more? Benvolio and Mercutio sat in town square. Benvolio began to get a little nervous. Maybe we should get out of here, Mercutio, he said. There's a whole gang of Capulets down the road. We really don't want to get into a fight again. Unfortunately, it was too late to avoid the Capulets. When Benvolio looked up, he found over a dozen Capulets standing before them. Uh-oh, gasped Benvolio in a whisper. It's the Capulets. Ho-ho, bellowed Mercutio. It's the idiots. Mercutio is such a vibe, honestly. Tybalt, who stood in the center of the group, took a step forward and spoke. I'd like a word with one of you, he said coldly. Just one word? Asked Mercutio. Why not a word and a punch in the face? I would be glad to deal with you in that way, answered Tybalt sternly, if you should ever give me reason to. I have to give you a reason? Mocked Mercutio. Mercutio, continued Tybalt, who was in no mood for jokes, I know you often speak with Romeo. I've had enough speaking to you, Mercutio said, so if you want to keep speaking, say hello to Mr. Sword. As Mercutio drew his sword, Benvolio pushed it away. You two should be fighting here in front of everyone, he warned. Why don't you step aside and talk things over quietly? Poor Benvolio. He is really so tired. The prince's officers have been passing through every 10 minutes, and people are stopping to look. Let them look, said Mercutio, taking a step closer to Tybalt and clutching his sword. I'm not budging. Tybalt and Mercutio stared into one another's eyes for a moment. Then Tybalt noticed Romeo approaching through the square. That sounded romantic in a different context, you know? I love Mercutio, Your Honor. Elvis was a groomer. I'd believe anything at this point. Fire. Oh, Elvis was... Yeah. Yeah, Elvis was a fucking groomer. Sorry. It's one thing to be like, in Shakespeare's time, it was different. Elvis was fucking groomer. Anyway. Sorry, Elvis fans. Anyway. Giving enemies to lovers. They really are. 70. Ugh. See. Tybalt noticed Romeo approaching through the square. I'll deal with you some other time, Tybalt muttered. Here's the man I want to fight. As Tybalt and his Capulet gang moved towards Romeo, Mercutio, and Benvolio followed along, Tybalt walked right up to Romeo and barked in his face. Romeo, you invaded my family's feast and broke into our very home. You're a filthy criminal and a piece of scum. A month ago, even a week ago, Romeo might have been enraged by Tybalt's insult. He might have spit in his face, shoved him, or even drawn his sword, but now Romeo was a changed man. Tybalt waited for the anger to appear in Romeo's gaze, so did the other Capulets, so did Mercutio and Benvolio, but no trace of anger appeared on Romeo's face. If anything, there was only grief, even pity. Tybalt, Romeo finally spoke, I will ignore your anger. Romeo started to walk away, but Tybalt followed him, stunned. You're looking for someone to get angry at you, but I'm not about to, Romeo continued. Goodbye. Tybalt wasn't going to let Romeo get away that easily. He signaled his friends to surround Romeo. Then Tybalt stepped forward and tried to provoke him once again. By invading our party, you've humiliated my entire family, so draw your sword this instant. But Romeo remained just as calm as before. I never meant to hurt you in any way. In fact, I love you as though you were my own relative. Tybalt really was Romeo's relative now, but of course Romeo had to keep that a secret. And so, good Capulet, since I love your family's name as much as I love my own, please let me part in peace. Please let us part in peace, sorry. Tybalt was shocked, so was Mercutio. You fool, Mercutio cried out as Romeo walked away. You're giving up a fight that could have been easily won. Tybalt grinned at his friends, proud of his triumph, but his moment of glory was interrupted by Mercutio. Excuse me, Mr. Rat, I hope you're not planning to scurry back to the filthy gutter you call home. What do you want from me? Tybalt shot back. Nothing, Mercutio responded. Tybalt turned to depart with his friends. Then he heard the rest of Mercutio's answer. Nothing except your worthless little life. That does it, Tybalt barked, drawing his sword. At once the other Capulets backed away to give Mercutio and Tybalt room for their duel. Each pointed his long, slender sword at the other, circling each other, waiting for just the right moment to strike. Come on, Mercutio, Romeo called. You know the prince forbids fighting in the streets. Ignoring Romeo's warning, Mercutio shouted at his opponent, Let's go, Tybalt the Terrible. Come on, Capulet. Let's see if you're worth your pretty little cap. Capulet. Capulet. Me see what you're made of. With this taunt, Mercutio lunged toward Tybalt. Tybalt backed off a step, then lunged right back at Mercutio. The two smacked their blades together swiftly, the rapid clinking of the metal pounding out a frantic melody. A crowd of Capulets and Montagues surrounded them, drifting first in one direction, then the next, as the fighting shifted positions. Beat down their weapons, Romeo screamed. Someone's going to get hurt. Isn't anyone going to do anything? But no one responded to Romeo's cry for peace. No one wanted peace. They coached the fighters, laughing and cheering them on. Clearly, no one was about to stop this forbidden fight. Please, Tybalt, persisted Romeo. Mercutio, stop. Romeo watched helplessly as his friend and his new cousin thrust their deadly weapons at each other's faces and chests. As his disgust grew, Romeo decided it was time to do something drastic. He decided to put his own life on the line to end their deadly fight, so Romeo jumped in between the fighters with his arms outstretched. For a moment it seemed like a perfect idea. Neither fighter could see the other. Romeo pushed Mercutio's blade aside and went to embrace him. But Romeo's attempt to make peace backfired as he held Mercutio. Tybalt's sword slipped under Romeo's arm straight into Mercutio's heart. Ooh. Oh, my poor baby. Romeo is a romantic figure. What do we think of Juliet's narrative? No matter how fucked up the relationship is between, I think Shakespeare illustrates how resentment and hatred ruins seemingly innocent things like love. I think that is also a valid interpretation. Um, Again, I don't think Shakespeare intended Romeo and Juliet to be seen as like a true love, but they are like an innocent teenagers thinking they're in love kind of thing, and then like their parents ruin everything sort of situation. I don't know, it's just very interesting. Thrusted their deadly swords. I caught that too, Olivia. Thank you for being the one to say it so that I didn't have to. Juliet didn't marry a fucking 30-year-old. I don't know. Just trying to find the little glimmers of good, you know? Ooh, we have some illustrations. Okay. Also, like, Tybalt is really fucking with my enemies to lovers vibes for him and Mercutio. Yeah. Yeah. Poor Mercutio. 13, the battle continues. The bitter hatred between the Montagues and the Capulets has turned deadly once again. Mercutio's been stabbed, someone in the crowd shouted. A chill ran through Romeo's body. His friend hung limp in his arms. As he laid Mercutio down, Romeo saw blood trickling from his chest. Ouch, Mercutio said softly, joking as he lost his strength. Someone send for a doctor, Benvolio called, though he could tell it was too late. You're hurt, gasped Romeo. It's just a scratch. 'Tis but a flesh wound, joked Mercutio, writhing in pain on the ground. Try to be brave, Romeo urged him. A doctor's on the way. The wound doesn't look that big. Oh no, it's not that big, Mercutio said. It's not as big as a door or as deep as the sea, but it'll do the trick. Come looking for me tomorrow and you'll find me a grave man. For once, no one was laughing at Mercutio. Everyone realized these jokes would be his last. I'm finished, done for, over. This is the end of Mercutio, he gasped. Then he dropped the act and let his anger show. The nerve, he squealed. What kind of cat would scratch a man to death? What stinking rat? What lying, stinking, then looking straight at Romeo. Why did you get between us? I was killed under your arm. I thought it would be for the best. Romeo hated his apology even as the words came out of his mouth. In the play, one of Mercutio's last lines is, "A plague, O both your houses." He curses both the Capulets and the Montagues. This character, who had been so funny, dies a very angry man. Mercutio curled up in pain and cried out with a last burst of strength. He twisted and gasped for a moment, then he lay still. Oh, Romeo, Benvolio wailed, our friend Mercutio is dead. Romeo hardly heard Benvolio's words. He was filled with anger, mostly at himself. My dear friend killed by the man who came looking for me. He thought, my love for Juliet has made me a weakling, a coward. As Romeo looked up, he saw that Tybalt had returned. He saw his friend's murderer, and his anger ripped right through him, blasting away understanding, forgiveness, and love. It even pushed the image of his dear wife from his mind. This wasn't his wife's cousin he was facing. This was his bitter enemy. Now, Tybalt, Romeo shouted, rising to his feet. You wanted a fight with Romeo? Here he is. Tybalt backed off. Don't run, you coward. Romeo called after him. Mercutio has stopped on his way to heaven. He's waiting for you to keep him company. Getting Tybalt to fight was never very hard. The spark of Romeo's rage ignited the fire in Tybalt's heart that had briefly died down. He drew his bloody blade and pointed it at Romeo. Romeo charged straight at Tybalt like a crazed animal. He knocked Tybalt's blade aside with his arm and pushed his enemy against a stone wall. Tybalt caught his breath and spit in Romeo's face. The two rolled in the dusty street like madmen. Tybalt staggered to his feet and started to run away, but Romeo grabbed his legs and dragged him back. The two tumbled into a fountain, sending the birds that had been perched there scattering in all directions. Romeo leapt out of the fountain and wiped water from his eyes. He lost sight of Tybalt. Then he caught a glimpse of Benvolio pointing across the plaza. Suddenly, Romeo saw Tybalt picking up his fallen sword and running straight toward him. Romeo searched the plaza frantically for his sword. Finally, there's pictures of them, like, running and shit. Fallen sword and running straight toward him, Romeo searched the plaza frantically for his sword. Finally, he spotted it lying near the fountain. He snatched up his weapon in his sweating hand and turned to see Tybalt lunging at him at full speed. Hardly thinking, Romeo held out his blade. Tybalt ran right onto it, and they fell to the ground, and then fell to the ground dead. Romeo released his grip and let his sword fall. "What have you done?" Romeo howled Benvolio. "Run, now! People saw you. They've called the prince's officers. The prince is on his way." "The prince!" Romeo exclaimed. He stood still for a second, remembering how the prince had planned to punish those who broke the peace. Then he began to run. Within minutes, members of both families had begun pouring into the square. The Capulets were horrified to find Tybalt slain. The Montagues were furious to learn that Tybalt had murdered their dear Mercutio. Then the prince galloped into the square. As he heard the story of what had happened, he became angry. Well, only days before, he'd warned both families to put an end to this violence at all costs, and they hadn't listened. Clearly, he had to make an example of the wrongdoers. He had seen that they were punished. The young man who killed Mercutio had already been punished. Tybalt lay dead. But the man who murdered Tybalt had to be punished as well, so the prince proclaimed a punishment for Romeo: banishment. If only he could have banished him before marrying a 14-year-old, but, you know. Firewolf. The thing about Wishbone books is that they were there to get kids reading classic novels, and as much as they made it more comprehensible for them, they didn't sugarcoat it, which I appreciate. Sorrows, prayers, prayers, sorrows. I understand that reference! That's a Queen Charlotte reference! Mercutio is a dramatic king. Yes, he is. Time to be sad as fuck again about a character death I knew was coming from the start, right? Mercutio is low-key a mood. Didn't know Wishbone would ever do Shakespeare. Oh yeah, Hannah. For sure. Sure, that's not to be your takeaway. At least Mercutio and Tybalt are together again. Oh boy. Oh my god, I need a sip of my drink. Reading Romeo and Juliet in my English class in high school, it's sad that it wasn't this version, right? Chapter 14, Bad News. As if it couldn't get worse. I read it once against my will and hated it. Romeo and Juliet, I love. Shakespeare is really, really good. I understand that if you read something against your will, it takes the fun out of it, which is why I think the Wishbone campaign, for lack of a better word, was very, very smart, because it put that, like, fun goofiness into it for kids and made it feel less like something they had to do, I think. At least that's what it did for me. But I definitely recommend going back to Romeo and Juliet, going back to Shakespeare if you can, because it is very good. Soundtrack. I like it, I just hate being forced to. That's very fair. As a small child, I was forced to watch The Princess Bride, and even though I love The Princess Bride now because it is a good movie, I hated it because I resented how much I was made to watch it. And so I totally get that. I do know there was a manga version of Romeo and Juliet. There's kind of a manga version of like most classic novels, aren't? Isn't that like kind of a whole subgenre of manga? Chapter 14, Bad News. Sometimes when Shakespeare's characters are alone, they share their thoughts with the audience by delivering monologues called soliloquies. Oh, Wishbone answered our question from before that Ellery answered for us. A soliloquy is a monologue a character speaks when there's no one else on stage. At this point in the play, Juliet delivers a soliloquy, thinking out loud about how hard it is to wait for important news. Why is my nurse so slow? Thought Juliet as she darted around in her bedroom like a caged deer. It's been half an hour since I sent her to find out if my husband would be able to meet me tonight. She probably is gabbing with everyone she sees. Why does she just run home to bring me news from my Romeo? Another weird of the times thing is just like, oh boy, I hope I get to like hear from my husband today because we live in separate houses. Versus Romeo and Juliet is the worst Shakespeare play. I disagree that it's the worst Shakespeare play. I think it's one of the most misunderstood Shakespeare plays. Because as we've covered tonight, I don't see it as intended to be just like a love story. But that's a whole rabbit hole. Oh, I want to read about the space lesbian. Very misunderstood. Very, very misunderstood as a play. Elemental Diaries. That's funny. Like, yeah, if you're reading Romeo and Juliet as like this like actually like, oh wow, rooting for love between a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old who are idiots, both of them, it's like really weird. But if you read it as kind of like Shakespeare's commentary on all that, it makes a lot more sense. Anyway, because again, like Shakespeare wrote what he saw, and he was seeing things like this happen in his everyday life all the time. I imagine. I mean, I wasn't on first name basis with Shakespeare, but I can only imagine that's where the inspiration came from. Oh, Hannah, I'm sorry. I think Romeo and Juliet is the most beautiful Shakespeare play. I agree. And what he experienced too, probably agreed to me. That's probably also true. Um, I don't know why it became like a meme in like the Shakespeare community, I guess, to be like basic bitches love Midsummer Night's Dream, and I'm like, fuck off. That's like my favorite one of my favorite ones. We have to Ouija board him. Be like, hey Shakespeare, can you tell us about how everybody gets your play wrong? Oh, Shell, I hate that part of doing sketches. It's just like, oh, it looks good like it is, but I want to add color, and what if I fuck it up? I like The Tempest, but Midsummer is a close second. Yeah, that's fair. Been in a version of it. I have an affinity for Midsummer Night's Dream. Not only for how many times I've read it, I've probably read it more than any other Shakespeare play. But being, a short girl I would always get the Hermia, though she be but little, she is fierce on everything from a lot of loved ones, and so I have a little bit of an affinity for that. Midsummer Night's Dream is one of the comedies, so I think people see it as less of a social commentary, but it's absolutely not. Like, comedy does not mean that you are not making strong, valid points. Highly recommend getting the book. How do you... Very good. Interesting. Anywhere back to the story. Gets you thinking. Sure does get you thinking. Let's see. Much Ado About Nothing. Yes, also good. Just the Romeo and Juliet scene and it being a play within a play, because that's Shakespeare making fun of his own work. I know, Shakespeare was so funny. Like, he was really funny. Oh, every Shakespeare play was a social comedy, or commentary, yes, whether it be comedy or drama or historical. It was all critique of society, critique of like social expectations, critique of the monarchy, big, big, big time. And that's what I love about Wishbone. We're talking about all this because of a little dog. It's a fun series. Kill Hamlet. Grr. She's probably gabbing with everyone she sees. Why did she just run home to bring me news of my Romeo? Juliet plopped down on the bed and lay on her back. Then she smiled and curled up into a ball, hugging her knees tightly to her chest. She felt sure Romeo would come after dark. He always seemed to find a way. If only day would hurry up and end so it could be night already, she whispered to herself. I've got to see Romeo tonight and tomorrow night and the next night and every single night for as long as I live. Juliet smiled and thought. Then she grew impatient again. What in the world could be keeping my nurse? She muttered aloud. If she were on crutches, she could have found him and returned by now. Juliet rolled onto her stomach and pounded her pillow. What a stupid situation I'm stuck in, she brooded. I'm married, but I can't even be seen in public with my husband. Finally, Juliet heard the nurse's footsteps on the stairs outside the door, along with her familiar huffing and puffing. But when Juliet ran to get her messenger, she was puzzled by the redness in her eyes. Clearly, the nurse had been crying. He's dead, the nurse wailed. He's dead, Juliet. Whatever will we do? He's dead, dead and gone. My Romeo, my husband, dead? Juliet gasped. Can luck be so awful? Luck can be awful, said the nurse, and so can Romeo. Oh, lady, what will we do? Hurry up and tell me what you mean, nurse, Juliet demanded as the nurse sank into a chair weeping. Is Romeo dead? Is he gone? I saw the wound with my own eyes, the nurse wailed. My life is over, Juliet gasped. Oh, Tybalt, Tybalt, cried the nurse, the best friend I ever had, and the finest man I knew. I never dreamed I'd live to see him dead. What? Juliet asked. Is Tybalt dead and Romeo too, my cousin and my husband? Tybalt's been killed in a duel, my lady, said the nurse, finally pulling herself together enough to explain, and Romeo, who killed him, has been banished from Verona forever. Romeo is alive? Romeo killed Tybalt? Juliet asked in disbelief. As the nurse sobbed, love and hate battled in Juliet's heart. On the one hand, Romeo was her husband, and he had only been kind and gentle to her. On the other, her cousin was dead and by Romeo's hand. How could someone be so different from what they seemed, she wondered aloud. A sweet murderer. It's because you married somebody you didn't really know, but anyway. That was the social norm, and you're a teenager, so I guess I can't really fault you. Did Hamlet in space. Like a space opera Star Wars parody. That's funny. I don't remember that one. She got combo griefed. Maybe this one shown incorrectly. Every show that references it. To be or not to be is with a dagger. Always poor Yorick. Yes. As for me, Godfather is pretty mid, and I think you're very brave for saying so. Juliet paused for a moment and tried to relax. But then her heart was broken by a single word the nurse had said. Banished, she asked. My husband chased from Verona forever? That one is worse than Tybalt dying 1,000 times. Poor Tybalt. Juliet seized her nurse by the shoulders and demanded details. Could the prince's mind be changed? Could the punishment be delayed? The nurse's words offered little comfort. The prince refuses to be swayed. Juliet, if Romeo is found in Verona after dawn tomorrow, that day will be his last. Hearing this, Juliet broke into a hysterical fit of weeping. Would she ever be able to see her husband again? Finally, Juliet collected herself enough to ask the nurse to invite Romeo to visit her that night before she had to leave. Before he had to leave Verona forever, Juliet just had to see her dear husband one last time. Romeo has been banished. It's just one problem after another for Romeo and Juliet. First, their families kept them apart. Now the law is keeping them apart too. As Shakespeare himself said in another play, the course of true love never did run smooth. We've got a short chapter after this. I already effed up. Oh no. Poor Tybalt killed by a talking dog. Oh no, Shell, I'm sorry. He did. Fell asleep during Citizen Kane. That's honestly fair. Citizen Kane is not, it's obviously a very landmark movie, but I do like to make fun of people that act like it is the greatest movie of all time. Damn, dude. In Romeo and Juliet in high school is that they portray it and tell a true love story, and yeah. Yeah. I get you. There's a lot of surface level interpretations of Romeo and Juliet. Um, like I've seen a lot of people try to say that Shakespeare condones like the child marriage and all that stuff, and it's like, no, like I think he very much was calling it all out. It's just misinterpreted because pop culture has turned it into like, oh, Romeo and Juliet is a love story kind of thing. Godfather Part 3. I mean, I'd have to cover Godfather 1 and 2 first for it to make any sense. I'm not against it. I think I'd get skewered online for not liking it so much, but that's honestly, I'm fine with that. I'm really fine. Shakespeare also. Yeah, we talked about that before. That's ugh. That's ugh. That's another one of those 1500s things that they thought was normal that wasn't. Sofia Coppola is a very strong director, in my opinion. All right, 15 banish, and you've got Wishbone looking all scared with his little paw over his hand. Now let's join Romeo, who has gone to see the friar. He's about to hear how the prince has punished him for Tybalt's death. Father, what is the prince's decision? Asked Romeo. You are fortunate. It is not death, but banishment, said the friar. Banished, shrieked Romeo. I'd rather be dead. The friar charged across the floor of his study. You rude, ungrateful boy. Get him, friar. I'm telling you, the friar is the only, one of the only reasonable people. It's him and Benvolio. Talking sense. The friar scolded. The prince had vowed to punish such bloody deeds as yours by death, but he took pity on you and changed the frightful word death to banishment. This is mercy, kindness, a generous gift, and you don't even appreciate it. It's torture, not mercy, Romeo wailed. Life is in Verona where Juliet lives. Listen to reason, the friar demanded, trying to lift Romeo up off the floor. He's just strangling him. What good is reason? Romeo shouted. Reason can't make a Juliet, or move Verona someplace else, or change a single thing that's happened, so don't bore me with reason. Tybalt would have killed you, but you killed Tybalt, the friar reasoned, so you escaped death once. The prince might have had you killed, but he decided not to, so you escaped death a second time. Your life has been spared twice in one day. Even as the friar spoke, Romeo's wailing became louder. Suddenly his crying was interrupted by a pounding at the door of the friar's study. Hide, the friar gasped. They're coming to get you. Romeo leapt to his feet, staggered about, searching for a place to hide, but the friendly voice that called through the door ended his search. I come from Juliet, called the nurse. Does Juliet, this poor nurse is being run ragged all around town. Does Juliet think that I'm an awful murderer? Romeo asked as soon as the nurse entered the room. Has she sworn never to see me again? What does she say about me? The nurse explained that Juliet had forgiven Romeo for killing Tybalt. Romeo calmed down a little and listened to the friar's plan. The friar explained that he knew a place Romeo could stay in the nearby town of Mantua. Mantua, I think I'm saying that wrong. Romeo should obey the prince's decree, leave town, and stay in Mantua for a while. Meanwhile, when the time was right, the friar would let everyone know about Romeo's marriage to Juliet and beg the prince to forgive Romeo and let him back in town to live with his wife. If you could only be patient, my son, the friar insisted, I'm sure that someday soon I'll be able to summon you back to Verona. I'll send you news of Juliet every day until then so you can hear how she's doing. The friar's words gave Romeo hope, and the nurse's words thrilled him even more when she told him of Juliet's invitation to visit that night. But even as Romeo wiped the tears from his face and prepared to meet his love, another young man was on his way to Capulet's house to visit the beautiful Juliet. Ugh, it's the old guy. Another young guy? Could it possibly be Paris, the Italian count with the fancy clothes and the nice hair? Is he still trying to get Juliet to marry him even though she's already married? Ah, but Paris doesn't know that. Hi, Tony. Mantua. Thank you, Jonathan. Wishbone as Romeo makes this creepier. The whole Wishbone being in love with human women thing is, I find, it's weird, but it's kind of innocent because we're just seeing things from the lens of a dog, and a dog doesn't know that he's different from people, I guess. I don't know. It's weird, but it's more just goofy than anything else. More like perish. Yes. Yes, we want Paris to perish. You've never seen The Godfather? You're not missing much, honestly. I'm gonna be real. I'm sorry, Godfather fans. Not to come for you. It's just not my thing. Oh yeah, Nicolas Cage. His real name is Nicholas Coppola. True story. All right, we're getting close to the end of this book, guys, which is good because it's coming up on midnight. So, in Shakespeare's day, they didn't use big set pieces like bedroom walls or castle doors. Oh, this is Sad Farewell, by the way, 16. In Shakespeare's day, they didn't use big set pieces like bedroom walls or castle doors or rows of trees to show you where a scene was taking place on stage, so sometimes Shakespeare gave his characters lines that made it clear where the action was taking place. At this point in the play, for example, as Lord Capulet enters, he explains to Paris that Juliet is upstairs in bed. This tells the audience that the action has moved from the friar's church to the Capulet's house. Because Shakespeare built this information into the lines, you don't need lots of complicated set pieces to do Shakespeare's plays nowadays. In fact, you can even do them in an empty space, like a park. Shakespeare in the Park. Some of my favorite renditions of Shakespeare plays honestly have very minimalist sets. Um, the music is great. I will give it that. It's got pretty good music. Oh, I'm sorry. We cut to commercial. The first line was in Shakespeare's day, there didn't used to be set pieces like bedroom walls, castle doors, or rows of trees to show you where a scene was taking place on the stage. Juliet is in no condition to come down to see you right now, Lord Capulet, explained to Count Paris. She loved her cousin Tybalt dearly and has been miserable ever since she heard of his death. Meanwhile, she doesn't give a fuck about her cousin. Poor cousin. Paris was clearly disappointed, but Capulet had made up his mind. Besides, it's very late, he explained. If you hadn't paid us the sudden visit, I'd be in bed myself. I'm sorry to have troubled you, sir, replied Paris. Please tell your daughter how truly sorry I am to hear the tragic news. We will, Lady Capulet assured him. And we'll get an answer to your question about marriage. I'll tell her what a fine young man you are, Capulet added, and strongly encouraged her to accept your offer. I think she'll do as I ask. In fact, I'm positive she's such a good, obedient girl. Hate that. Paris was thrilled. Did you want to marry her Wednesday? Capulet asked. Let's see, today's Monday. Wednesday's too soon. You can't wait until Thursday, can you? Certainly, sir, Paris exclaimed as his heart leapt. The more Capulet thought about the idea of marriage, the more he liked it. Go tell Juliet the news, wife, he commanded. It won't be a large ceremony with Tybalt's recent death, only a dozen friends or so, but how it will cheer poor Juliet. Yes, you know what'll cheer you up after the death in a family? Marriage. I hope old Lord Capulet has a good, sturdy roof on his home, because when Juliet finds out his plans for her marriage to Paris, she might just go straight through it. The roof, I mean. I wish the Thursday were tomorrow, said Paris as he hurried out. Yeah, sure, let's get married on Thursday. Death made you sad? Have a marriage. It's like the Snickers bar commercials, but it's like, you're not you when you're single. Thank you guys for being patient with ads. It really does support the channel. It supports me as a creator. It allows me to get paid for what I do, and I appreciate you guys for it, so thank you. I wish that Thursday were tomorrow, said Paris as he hurried out. Later, Romeo left the friars and slipped into Juliet's room. The two hugged one another with all their might. You don't really have to leave so soon, do you? Juliet implored. It won't be day for hours. That chirping you hear is the nightingale who sings in the middle of the night. It's not the lark who chirps when it's almost dawn, but it was the lark, and they both well knew. Soon the first streaks of dawn would wash across the sky. I must be gone and live or stay and die, Romeo whispered in Juliet's ear. That streak isn't daylight, Juliet insisted. It's a meteor that was sent to light your way to Mantua. You don't have to leave me yet. Though Romeo knew the end time had come. Oh, Jonathan, thank you so much. I use an ad block. Thank you very much, Jonathan. I totally understand using ad block, so don't feel guilty. But thank you very much for the $10. I appreciate you a lot. Though Romeo knew the time had come to go, he couldn't move. How could he leave Juliet? He belonged with her. He tore himself away and took a step back to the balcony. Then he rushed back to Juliet and squeezed her tightly. Suddenly, Juliet remembered the prince's threat. Go, go, she urged Romeo, hurrying him to his feet. It will be morning soon, and you've got to get out of town or else. She changed her tune real quick. Wishbone really is trying to make it PG. Sure is. Sure is. It's from that. Shell, I actually do. I need to look at my percentages of, but yes, premium, I don't fully understand how it works, but basically, like, the premium subscribers' money gets divided up. Obviously, YouTube keeps a portion of it, but the other portion gets divided up amongst creators based on watch time, but I could be wrong. But anyway, yes, premium subscribers are still very much supporting monetarily through your premium subscription. So thank you very much. Oh, I just choked on my own spit. I think all the teenage craziness is getting to me. Explicitly displayed a corpse in the Tale of Two Cities episode. Made it clear what a guillotine was from the past. It counts as PG now. Teenage. Good night, Karasu. They just mean they're skipping over the, let's say, love scene. As Romeo climbed onto the branch outside Juliet's window, they heard a frantic knocking on the door to her bedroom. Your mother's on the way up to talk to you, warned the nurse. I'd better hear from you every day, Juliet whispered. No, every hour, because every hour, every minute feels like a day when I'm not with you. I'll be thinking of you every second, Romeo replied, sliding down the branch. As Romeo landed softly to the ground, Juliet called down to him, Do you think we'll ever see each other again? Romeo stared up at Juliet in silence as if memorizing every detail of her face. A rush of memories filled his mind. It was only 2 days ago he stood in that very spot saying goodbye to her for the first time. I'm sure we will, he assured her, and someday we'll look back on these hard times and smile. Narrator's voice. Maybe not. Anyway, after Juliet watched her husband disappear into the distance, she fell back onto her bed. Though Romeo had assured her all would be well, she shivered with fear. Deep in her stomach, she felt a strange, awful dread that she'd never see Romeo again. They say the wheel of fortune is always turning around and around, she thought. It brings good luck, then bad luck, then good luck again, as it spins and spins. Well, it had better keep turning because my luck is terrible right now. Fun fact for all the tarot enthusiasts out there, I'm sure you know, but what we consider tarot cards are based on tarotcha cards that come from the Italian, Spanish, Portuguese area of the world, and in Shakespeare's time, they were simply just used as playing cards. In fact, I think modern playing cards, or yeah, I think playing cards, like Italian playing cards and Portuguese playing cards, still very much followed like the 78 card structure. Time Tybalt dies off screen. Wishbone does draw the line at sex scenes, I have noticed. Jesus Christ, guys, now is not the time. There is still a game called Tarachi. Also, things like Scopa are played. Nancy Drew fans who have followed the past 2 years of playing all those games for charity, you guys know. You guys know that Scopa uses a 78 card deck. Let's see. After Juliet watched her husband disappear in the distance, she fell back on the bed. Though Romeo had assured her all would be well, she shivered with fear. Deep in her stomach, she felt a strange, awful dread that she'd never see Romeo again. They say the wheel... Oh, I already read this. The Wheel of Justice. Sorry, I already got distracted. Alright, guys. We are almost there. Almost there. Suddenly, the door to her room swung open. Her mother entered, bringing news that she thought would bring her daughter good fortune she deserved. At least that's what the news was intended to do. How in the world did Shakespeare ever keep track of all the little twists and turns in this story? It must have been as fun for him to write the play as it is for us to read it, which reminds me, turn the page. 17. Marriage or else. ADHD, woo, yes. Nearly there, nearly there. Gonna get to log another book in our Goodreads library of books that we've read together on this channel. And what an interesting collection of books it is. Marriage or else. Chapter 17. Lady Capulet. Fun fact, when I was younger, I used to say Lady Catapults because I thought that was funny. Anyway. Lady Capulet finds Juliet crying. She thinks Juliet is upset over Tybalt's death, but we know she is upset over Romeo's banishment. That's why their conversation may seem a little strange. You must stop weeping for your cousin, Lady Capulet urged her daughter. No matter how many tears you cry, you can't make him live again. Of course, Juliet wasn't crying for Tybalt, but for the loss of her husband. That's why her mother's next remark took Juliet completely by surprise. I think your tears aren't because of Tybalt's death, but because of Romeo. What do you mean, Mother? Juliet asked, alarmed. You cry because you're angry the murderer still lives, Lady Capulet explained. You're right, Mother, Juliet answered. I cried because the man lives far from me. If only he were here right now, I'd take matters into my own hands. Well spoken, Juliet, answered her mother, believing Juliet's feelings for Romeo to be the opposite of what they really were. But enough about Romeo, we have some good news to discuss. As Juliet's mother explained that she was to marry Paris on Thursday morning, Juliet's mind was filled with disgust and rage. Had the news come at another time, she would have answered politely, but since she was all... No, thank you. I'll pass on being married. But since she was already miserable about saying goodbye to Romeo, Juliet couldn't take any more, so she exploded. Why should I marry Paris? I don't even know him, she shrieked. I'd rather marry Romeo, whom you know I hate, than Paris. Nice save. At the same time, Juliet's father was making his way up the stairs. He couldn't wait to see how happy his plans would make Juliet. The chance to be married to such a popular young gentleman was every girl's dream. When Lord Capulet entered the room, he saw Juliet's face covered with tears. His heart sank. How much pain the poor girl felt over the loss of her cousin. Hadn't his wife told Juliet about the marriage yet? Surely that would chase away those tears. Why wouldn't Lady Capulet hurry up and announce the good news? I've already told her, Lady Capulet answered. She says she won't have him. Capulet could hardly believe what he was hearing. You don't count yourself lucky to have so worthy a man as Paris, he asked. No, I don't feel lucky at all, Juliet answered curtly. I'm grateful that you tried to please me, but the way you've gone about it doesn't please me in the least, so thank you, but no thank you. Thank you next on the creepy Mr. Paris. In an instant, all of Capulet's tender feelings for his daughter changed to anger. What's this? He roared. You thank me, but you don't thank me? Well, keep your thanks to yourself. And get ready to be married on Thursday morning, you ungrateful child. Don't call her a child if she's trying to get married. Okay. Juliet fell to her knees and begged her father to change his mind, but he was far beyond the point of listening to anyone. Each pleading word from Juliet only rubbed more salt into the wound. Get yourself to church on Thursday or never look me in the face again, he raged. How many of us have had parents that said something like that to us? Juliet was crushed by these words. When the nurse heard Juliet crying, she burst in and demanded that Lord Capulet stop shouting at her, but the nurse's plea was useless too, and only made Lord Capulet shout louder. Hold your tongue, you old gossip, he screamed at the nurse. That's not what he said in the original one. When his wife tried to calm him, Capulet yelled at her too. Every hour since she was born, all I ever thought about was this child, he ranted. I bought her the best of everything. I gave her everything she needed. I worried about her every minute of every day so that someday she would marry well. And now this Paris, this perfect man, a man with everything that one could ask for, comes along and she won't have him. She says, "No, thank you, father." But excuse me, father. Will you listen to me, young lady? If you don't marry Paris, I'll excuse you, all right? I'll excuse you from this house forever. Do as you like. You won't be my daughter anymore. After her father stormed out, Any and More have a space between the two of them, which is interesting. After her father stormed out, Juliet pleaded with her mother to speak to him to delay the marriage even a week. But her mother had no interest in provoking her husband any further. She left the room, urging Juliet to do as he said. Only the nurse stayed behind to comfort Juliet, but her advice was not very cheerful. Listen, my dear, the nurse said. The nurse began. Romeo's gone far away. You might never see him again. Even if you do, it will have to be in little bits of time, since he'll have to sneak around. But Count Paris is a wonderful gentleman. He's rich, handsome, and better looking than Romeo. If you ask me, if I were you, I'd marry him. You're no help, muttered Juliet. For the first time, Juliet felt completely alone. Even the nurse wasn't on her side anymore. Tell my mother I'll think about the marriage, she requested. I'm going to see Friar Lawrence to make a confession for upsetting my father. The nurse thought that poor Juliet. The nurse thought that Juliet was beginning to accept the idea of marrying Paris, but Juliet hadn't changed her mind at all. Romeo was her husband and her true love, and nothing anyone could say or do would change that. Her plan was to see the friar to ask for his advice. The thought of marrying Paris after already being married to Romeo was unthinkable. Hoping the friar would have an answer to her problem, Juliet left for the monastery. Did you do that back then? Oh no, go off about the dad, Ellery. Hang on, I missed several things in chat. Let me go back. She swiped left. Juliet's father sucks. If she stabbed her dad here, yes, it would be better. You want a fucking medal, sir, for doing what parents were designed to do? She owes you nothing. Exactly. And sadly, this was another, like, norm of the time because dads could just tell their daughters that they had to get married. And it sucked. And we don't stand. Nurse, just commit bigamy. You know. Oh, jet riding Optimus Prime, just you wait. We've got about 25-ish pages left to go, people. While... Hang on, let me take another sip of my drink. "18, a dangerous plan. While Juliet is on her way to see the friar to ask for help, Paris is already there discussing his wedding plans. Juliet sees Paris and she has to act like she's really going to marry him. But we know better, don't we? How lucky I am to run into my bride, said Paris as Juliet changed into the friar's study. Ugh, I do deeply hate Paris. I want to make that abundantly clear. Paris had dropped in on the friar to ask him to perform the wedding on Thursday, and Juliet came face to face with the man who was the cause of her latest problems. She was at a loss for words. I will be your bride, she said, when I can be a bride. When I can be a bride. You will be a bride on Thursday, Paris replied. What will be, Juliet answered back, glancing at the friar. That's true indeed, the friar answered. After an awkward silence, Paris asked, so have you come to make confession to the friar? If I answered that, I'd be confessing to you, Juliet answered, wishing Paris would leave her in peace. Paris took Juliet's nervous glances around the room as a sign that she was feeling shy about being near her husband-to-be. Anyway, I'll see you on Thursday, he said. Until then, take this kiss. He kissed Juliet's frozen lips, then departed. Ugh! Gross. After that difficult meeting, Juliet was exhausted and desperate for a plan. The friar came up with a plan quickly, but it was a risky plan that depended on the perfect timing and would take tremendous courage on Juliet's part. Gesturing that Juliet should follow, the friar led Juliet down a set of stairs, a room in the basement of the church. A strange blend of smells filled the room. Without speaking, the friar got right to work at a table in the center. Can you guys hear me from back here? I hope you can. My back is starting to hurt the way that I was sitting. A strange blend of smells filled the room. Without speaking, the friar got right to work at a table in the center of the room. With great care, he selected a few leaves from each of the 4 different jugs and laid them on his table. Then he went over to a shelf, stepped onto a footstool, and pulled out a tiny box that rested on top. Inside the box was the small purple flower that had a sweet smell. The friar placed a petal from the flower with the other leaves on the table, pounded them together, and mixed them with an acid and in a vial. He then put a cork in the vial and handed it to Juliet and finally spoke. Go home, he said. Tell your father you'll marry Paris. Then on Wednesday night, drink this potion, every drop. Juliet nodded silently. The friar continued. Your heart will appear to stop beating. The blood will appear to stop moving through your veins. You won't blink or twitch or even breathe. Your cheeks will become pale and your eyes will fall shut. You'll appear to become pale. You'll appear so much like a corpse that not even a doctor will know you're alive. Doctors were not very good back then. When they come to wake you for the wedding, everyone will believe you're dead. They'll take you to the Capulet family vault in the cemetery, that big stone house where the bodies of all your dead relatives lie. Fun. Juliet didn't care for the idea of lying alongside the bodies of her relatives who'd been dead for years, or alongside the mangled body of Tybalt, who'd only recently been laid there. But the friar explained how this trick would lead her to freedom. In the meantime, he continued, I'll send for Romeo and let him know of our plan. He'll arrive at the tomb before the potion wears off. You'll awaken if You'll awaken as if from a pleasant sleep, and Romeo will take you away to Mantua. Juliet took the potion from the friar's hand and said, "Love will give me strength," as he bid her farewell. The friar did his best to assure her all would be well, but as he closed the door behind her, his smile faded. He sank to his chair and slumped forward. So many things had gone wrong for this young couple. At this point, there was no room for error. No wonder the friar's nervous. Every time he makes a plan, something messes it up. He marries Romeo and Juliet to bring peace, and Romeo is banished. He sends Romeo to Mantua to lay low, and Juliet is being forced to marry Paris. I hope this plan with the potion will work. The friar is an idiot. The friar is... Oh, good, Ellery. Preach. Yes. Preach. The friar... I don't think the friar's an idiot. The friar is... foolishly optimistic. Everyone is dumb. Everyone... That is fair. Everyone is kind of dumb. It won't backfire at all. No, it'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. Oh, thank you, everyone. If anyone here has not liked the stream, please do so. It always helps. Anyway. We're right at the end, guys. This is the thing. The thing that happens. Everyone is dumb. That's funny. That is true. I will say, as well-intentioned as the friar is, he makes bad decisions. Looking good. Oh, it's looking very good. Started coloring. Yay. Oh, you're saying that's good. I thought you were talking about the situation that we're in at the end of the story, which would have been a sarcastic, it's looking good. Anyway. 19, Potion of Death. Now Lord Capulet is planning to put on a really big celebration in honor of Juliet's marriage to Paris, an even fancier party than the one he threw earlier in the story. But I have a feeling the party isn't going to go exactly as planned. What happened to a small family thing? Juliet's father was thrilled. "What a wonderful friar," he said cheerfully. "What an amazing man he is to have convinced you that you were wrong. And so quickly." As soon as Juliet had announced her decision to go along with the wedding, her father began pushing ahead with the plans for the celebration as fast as he could. After all, it was only a couple of days away. He hired extra cooks, so the kitchen would be bustling round the clock. He hired a tailor to prepare the finest gowns for his daughter and his wife, and he hired 3 different troupes, hi Perry, and musicians at the celebration. At a celebration this special, the dancing must never stop. It's really into dancing. Somehow Juliet managed to convince everyone that she really was willing to marry Paris. Her mother had no idea that she was pretending. The servants... Hi, you just chilling there? That's fine. That's fine. Perry's like, "I'm here to check in." Is chat behaving? Do you know what's going on? You know what's up. Couldn't tell. Not even the nurse suspected that Juliet was hiding anything, though she did notice Juliet was often deep in thought. There then came the night before the wedding, the time for the friar's plan to go into action. Juliet locked her door, went to her cabin, opened the bottom of her drawer, and fished around until she found a certain red stocking. Then she went to her bed, reached into the stocking, and pulled out the little vial that Friar had given her. Outside the door, Juliet heard her father hurrying from one part of the house to the other, attending to every last detail so everything would be ready by dawn. She stared at the purple liquid. Hi, Perry. In the bottle when Juliet had first heard the plan. Drinking the potion sounded easy, but she was having second thoughts. She didn't like the idea of drinking something that would make her heart appear to stop beating. I wonder why. As Juliet squeezed the vial containing the potion, her fingertips turned cold. She was scared. Suppose the friar didn't mix this right, and I never wake up, she wondered. Or suppose it's a poison that the friar made to get rid of me so that no one would find out. He married me in secret. Now he wouldn't do that. No, he wouldn't do that, but suppose I wake up too early. What then? Her imagination began to race. I'll be gasping for air, locked in the tomb with the corpses of all my dead grandparents. Their ghosts may rise up shrieking and howling all around me. Just then she heard another sound downstairs. Her father wasn't alone anymore. He was speaking with someone. Food had arrived. Musicians were setting up. It was time to choose. She must either drink this liquid now or marry Paris. Juliet removed the cork and whispered, "Romeo, I drink to you." She opened her lips and poured the liquid down her throat. And Wishbone says, I sure hope that stuff works, and quickly. Chad is as behaved as they ever are. Don't worry, Perry. Juliet isn't actually dead. Yet. Not to spoil anything. 20, a horrible discovery. So far, so good. The plan seems to be working. Let's see what happens when the nurse tries to wake Juliet from her sleep. Wake up, mistress, called the nurse, approaching the bed upon which the bride-to-be lay still. Fast asleep, I see. Deep in a sweet dream about her new love, I bet. She thought, come on, sleepyhead, rise and shine. As the nurse... Can you imagine if Shakespeare had written sleepyhead? That's just so silly. As the nurse took out Juliet's wedding clothes, she continued to chatter away merrily. She joked and teased and told stories of her own wedding day. Then the nurse noticed something strange. Juliet wasn't in her bedclothes. She was dressed in the clothes she'd worn the night before, and she wasn't moving at all. The nurse shook Juliet's body, then she shook it again and again, but it was still completely still. The mistress wasn't sleeping. Her mistress wasn't stalling. Her mistress appeared to be dead. Seconds later, the nurse began to shriek. Juliet's father and mother rushed into the room. Old Capulet touched Juliet's palm. It was cold. He pressed the vein in her wrist for her pulse. There was none. He put his palm to her mouth. No breath came. Dead! He gasped as he collapsed to the floor. Paris arrived to Juliet's parents and the nurse in grieving. Paris arrived to join Juliet's parents and nurse in grieving. How angry they all felt, as though death had robbed them of the thing they loved most in the world. But the next person then don't force her to get married. But the next person to arrive wasn't angry at all. In fact, in the sight of Juliet's lifeless body, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was the friar who had been summoned to perform the wedding ceremony. He was relieved to see that Juliet had been brave enough to use his potion, and that it seemed to be doing its job. Why do you weep? To know that she is in heaven, Friar Lawrence began. He had to do his best to console the mourners as quickly as he could so they could hurry up and get to her tomb. At all your lives you wished the best for her, so you must not mourn now that she has achieved the best, eternal life in heaven. Side note, when I was still in religious circles, people would say stuff like this all of the time when someone died, and it's like, I get it. I understand, like, the comfort of knowing about a better place after this life. But let people mourn, you know? Don't make them feel bad or wrong for mourning. I drink because of you is not normally a compliment. I think if it's spoilers for a book from the 1500s, it doesn't count as spoilers. Yeah, you guys should have read this already. When he finished his brief sermon, the friar saw to it that Juliet was carried to the tomb carefully and gently. As he left the Capulet's grounds, his heart raced. So far, the plan was moving along smoothly. He had already sent a message to Romeo, a messenger who had been planning to pass through Mantua carried the letter. Any minute now, Romeo would be thrilled to learn that it was time to come for Juliet, but the friar's message wasn't the only thing traveling quickly along, so was a piece of bad news from Verona. The news of Juliet's death on her wedding morning spread like wildfire in all directions. It spread all through Verona, and it spread beyond Verona into neighboring towns. It even spread to the little town of Mantua. That's where Romeo is. Yet another plot twist. Two pieces of news are headed to Romeo's way. A message from Friar Lawrence explaining that Juliet's death is a hoax, and a message that Juliet has died. Which message will Romeo get first? I wonder which. 21. Romeo finds out. Unfortunately, the news that reached Romeo first was about the death of Juliet. What will he do now that he thinks Juliet is dead? No one who happened to pass Romeo as he walked along the streets of Mantua that afternoon suspected that anything in particular was on his mind. His pace was relaxed, his steps were even, he stared ahead, his face displayed no emotion at all. As Romeo passed by an inn where he'd eaten lunch the day before, a groundskeeper waved, but Romeo just kept on walking ahead, seeming not to notice. He walked down one road, turned sharply down another, and then turned down a narrow alley. Finally, he arrived at a small, rundown store. He passed straight by the shelves, not noticing the boxes, pots, bottles, spools of thread, and other things on display. Romeo went directly to the back of the shop, where the shop owner stood behind a counter that was covered with small bottles. "What will it be, sir?" asked the owner. "My new shampoo from the Orient? A serum guaranteed to cure a cold, help you sleep, and keep your toes warm on a winter night." Romeo just stood there silently. "Perfume for a sweetheart? This one will win her heart for sure, made from crushed roses it is. Speak up, my silent friend. I can't read your mind, you know." But as the shop owner studied Romeo's blank expression, he sensed some frightful plot brewing behind the young man's eyes. He realized exactly what Romeo wanted. "Sorry, friend," he said, lowering his voice. "I don't have any of that stuff. It's against the law." Romeo reached into the small money bag that hung at his side and pulled out 3 gold coins and placed them down on the counter. "I guess you didn't hear me," the shop owner said. "I don't have any, and even if I did, I couldn't sell it to you. They could hang me for selling it." Again, Romeo reached into his money bag. This time he pulled out another coin and another until the sack was empty. The man stared at the small pile of gold coins that lay before him. He could live half a year on that much money. When Romeo departed from the shop, his money bag held the small bottle of black liquid that he'd purchased. The liquid was poison. With the damn song. Not the Timu song. It's fine, Christopher. I don't blame you at all. I don't I I appreciate those of you that watch the ads cuz it does help, but I don't I my voice is starting to go. I don't blame you at all. If you want to use an ad blocker, fully understand. As the sun set over Verona, a messenger returned to town on horseback. He was anxious to return home and get some sleep after his exhausting journey, but first he knew he had to visit someone. Sorry, my voice. You can't break my immersion, thank you. The anime Romeo x Juliet, it's got giant magical trees. Oh, that sounds fun. Romeo must have been pleased by my message, Friar Lawrence said to the messenger as he welcomed him into his office. "I had to take a different route this time," the messenger explained. "There was a town along the highway where everyone had the plague, so I couldn't pass through. I had to take a detour around Mantua and wasn't able to deliver your letter. I could return it to you now, or I can deliver it on my journey next week. You didn't deliver my message? Friar Lawrence was horrified. Juliet would awaken in less than an hour, and Romeo hadn't been summoned to take her from the tomb. All of the friar's carefully laid plans were coming undone. In a flash, Friar Lawrence decided to break into the tomb himself, rescue Juliet, and hide her in the church. If he didn't hurry across town, the cemetery, this plan would be just as much of a failure as all his others. Juliet would wake up alone, trapped in an airtight tomb, and gasp for air, helpless as she suffocated to death. Meanwhile, Paris stood holding a bouquet of flowers outside the tomb where Juliet's body lay. How I hoped to scatter these flowers on our bridal bed, he said. Ugh. But instead, I can only scatter them by the bed where you now rest in death. Tonight I leave them here for you, fair Juliet, as I will every night until I die. Suddenly, Paris froze. He wasn't alone. He heard footsteps on the dry grass and saw a shadowy shape moving closer in the darkness. The shape just stood there between a pair of tombstones, staring right at him. Paris squinted at the shape for a moment, then realized that it was Romeo. Will Romeo and Paris have a showdown in the graveyard? It's this kind of suspense that makes my fur stand straight up. In this house, we do not respect Paris. Nope. No. In this house, we hate that man. What a shit show, right? X not delivered due to plague. I love Olivia's like updates as if this is happening in the modern era. By the way, do you think Rosalind is just kind of laughing her ass off right now? Because, like, I kind of would be. The problematic boys are about to fight. Was there a non-problematic boy in the 1500s? Aw, CWR, I'm sorry you don't feel super right now. But I'm glad the videos can be a bit of a distraction, cheer up, what have you. Rosalind is like watching this unfold, like with popcorn, I think. Alright, let's see. 22. Death in the Graveyard. Are you still angry at the poor Capulet family? Paris shouted to Romeo. First you murdered Tybalt, then on the night of Juliet's funeral you come to smash their tomb with that iron bar. Romeo was indeed carrying a long curved iron bar that he'd brought from Mantua, but he hadn't come to smash the tomb, he'd come to open it. After hearing of Juliet's death, Romeo planned to see the body of his wife one last time and then end his own life. Don't take one step closer to that tomb, murderer, barked Paris, reaching for his sword. If you do, prepare to die. That's why I came, answered Romeo, to prepare to die. Romeo took a step closer, but Paris blocked his path. My friend, please don't tempt me to do more violence. He's like, I will choose more violence. Every time. Romeo warned, I mean no harm to anyone except myself. I'll never let my dear love's enemy near her tomb, Paris pleaded. Just leave me alone here for an hour, Romeo begged. I mean no disrespect to the Capulets, and least of all to Juliet. No, Paris said. No matter how much Romeo pleaded with him, Paris refused to budge. Paris is totally a milady type of dude, isn't he? Finally, Romeo gave up trying to convince Paris that he was telling the truth and marched straight toward the door of the tomb. Paris pushed him away twice. When Romeo tried to get by him again, Paris drew his sword. It was so dark in the cemetery that two could hardly see one another. As they dueled, the moonlight provided a dull spotlight for their clumsy, desperate battle. They backed into tombstones and crashed into walls. They lost their balance and fell. Still they fought on, determined to fight to the finish. A night watchman heard the clatter of crashing blades and saw the shadows of two frantic men. He stood still, straining his eyes to see who the fighters were. Suddenly there was a howl of pain. The clanking stopped. The two shadows were now only one. Realizing he'd seen the one man kill another, the watchman ran for help. "Please bury me with Juliet," gasped Paris as he lay bleeding on the ground. "I will," promised Romeo. Paris's eyes closed for the last time. Romeo was too filled by his own sadness to grieve for his rival's death. He picked up his iron bar and made his way to the massive door of the enclosed stone house that held the Capulet dead. He wedged the curved end of the iron bar into the crevice at the edge of the door and pushed with all his might, thrusting the weight of his entire body against the long bar. Slowly but surely, he wedged the door open. Romeo set a candle by the door and lit it, and a rich glow filled the small room as his eyes moved about the room until he saw Juliet. This was the sight Romeo had come so far to see. Romeo had sworn that wherever she went, even if she were on the farthest shore, he'd come to be by her side, and he'd made good on his promise. He had come to be with Juliet, even in her tomb. Making good on another promise, Romeo hauled Paris's body into the tomb and rested it at the base of the slab of stone which Juliet lay. Romeo sat down beside Juliet and took out the bottle of poison, setting it carefully on the stone beside him. Then he gazed into his sweetheart's face. "Oh, Juliet," he exclaimed, "you're so beautiful even now, even in death. Such a light still pours from your cheeks that I'd almost sweared you were still alive." He reached for the bottle. "What fate awaits our Romeo as his beloved Juliet?" What fates awaits our Romeo and his beloved Juliet? By the way, the monologue that Romeo has to Juliet in that scene, like in the actual play, is one of my personal favorites from the entire play. Fight, fight, fight. Paris, dude, have some respect. All people in chat. How do y'all feel? Oh, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Never much thought about it, actually. You know, I don't, except for the 2005 Charlie and the Chocolate Factory rendition of Joe, I don't really like Grandpa Joe, so probably better. Romeo, no. First kiss her and see her awake and then be happy together, right? Yeah, Rosalind is really sipping tea right now. Pay for their property damage, yeah. Yeah, leave him out, Romeo. It doesn't matter. Alright, guys. I know it's late. We are almost there. We're like less than 10 pages away. It's the very, very end. Alright. 23. Too late. Meanwhile, the good friar is making a mad dash for the graveyard to be there when Juliet awakens. Friar Lawrence charged through the hazy darkness of the cemetery. With every ounce of strength he hadn't run this hard in 40 years. He panted and puffed and stumbled and gasped and drenched in sweat. That's old for the 1500s, by the way. Wasn't life expectancy like 40? He panted and puffed, stumbled and gasped, drenched in sweat. Every now and then he had to stop to catch his breath when the pain in his chest became unbearable. He'd lean against a stone, wipe sweat from his forehead, and pant in loud, wheezy breaths. Then he'd be struck by the thought of Juliet waking up alone, gasping for breath in the tomb, and he'd run on. Meanwhile, people inside the Capulet household were getting worried too. A guard reported that he'd seen a murder in the cemetery near the family tomb. Another guard thought he'd heard the name Romeo shouted in the darkness. Capulet sent word to the prince asking for a band of officers to search the grounds. Rumor of Romeo's return reached the Montague house as well, throwing the household into an uproar. Lord and Lady Montague called their relatives together to see what strange event was going on at the cemetery. Though panic seized both houses inside the Capulet's tomb, all was calm. Romeo just sat there staring at Juliet. Just being near Juliet really was enough for Romeo. Has anyone ever been this happy just before he's about to die? Romeo wondered to himself. Oh, my love, my wife, he said aloud, as though she could hear him. Oh, this is my favorite. This is the part that I love. Death may have robbed you of life, but it hasn't taken away your beauty. He looked over at Tybalt's body. Well, Tybalt, now I give you your revenge. I'll end the life of the man who killed you. Please forgive me for what I did. Romeo took the bottle of poison from his hand and slid off the cap. Just before he drank it, he couldn't help noticing Juliet's cheeks one last time. They seemed even rosier than a few seconds ago. He couldn't believe it. Ah, Juliet, he said aloud, how can you still be so beautiful? At this point in the play, Romeo says, Death that hath sucked the honey off thy breath hath had no power yet upon thy beauty. Shakespeare has Romeo talk about Juliet's incredible beauty with incredibly beautiful words. And here's a picture. She's laying fake dead. He's about to be real dead. As he squeezed her hand, he remembered the first time he had held it in the Capulet's party. 3 days ago now? 5 days ago now? He recalled the lively music, the smells of the flowers, and the thrill of seeing her smile. How Romeo loved her. He cherished every moment they had spent together. Gazing at the face of his beloved Romeo, Romeo drank down the poison. Then he kissed Juliet and rested his head on her lap. His eyes fell shut as he lay there. The only sound of the tomb was Romeo's soft, slow breathing. Then the tomb became completely silent. As the friar scurried around the front of the Capulet's tomb, he was thrilled. The door was open. In his haste, he hadn't even thought how he'd ever open that huge stone slab. But what was it doing open? Had Juliet already awakened? Had she managed to claw her way out? Had the tomb been robbed? And then, in his confusion was cleared away, and his hope was crushed. There, in the flickering light of Romeo's candle, was Romeo, his face resting on Juliet's body, hanging limp over the stone. The friar didn't know who told Romeo about Juliet's death. He didn't know when Romeo had returned, how he found his way to the tomb, or what thoughts had run through his mind as he ended his life. But he knew one thing for certain. Romeo was dead. The young man who'd come to him 1,000 times to question and complain, to whine and dream, had ended his own life. As the friar took a step closer, he saw that Romeo's eyes were closed. He saw that Juliet's eyes were open. I think your eyes, maybe they'd be closed. I don't know. I feel like your eyes would be open. You'd just be still dead. Juliet blinked a few times as she brought her fingers to her face. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. Here, in the gloomy surroundings, Juliet looked as though she were just awakening from a sweet dream. She smiled when she saw the friar and asked how at once for Romeo. Where's my love? She asked. How long until he gets here to take me away? But no sooner had Juliet spoken than she felt the head of her husband resting on her lap. Come, Juliet, said the friar, a greater power than us has ruined all our plans. No, Juliet gasped as she realized that Romeo was dead. Suddenly the friar heard people calling out in the distance and coming closer. He jerked around, seized by panic. Suppose they found him, a holy man, trespassing in a sacred tomb. Juliet was alive and Romeo was dead, all because of his flawed scheme. Let's go, Juliet, he begged, tugging her hand. I'll drop you off at a church far away. You can become a nun. What are you waiting for? But Juliet wasn't about to leave the tomb where her beloved lay. The terrified friar stumbled toward the door. I won't stay another second, he told her as he turned and hurried off into the darkness. Juliet was alone. She gazed down at the face of Romeo in her lap. The very first time she had seen Romeo's face, she knew she would love him always. She had been certain of things before. As a child, which she still was, she knew when she wanted a certain doll or dress or hat. She loved those things dearly for a while and then outgrow them, but the feeling she had for Romeo was different. It was much deeper feeling and a truth she could always count on, like knowing that she could always look up and see the sky above her or the ground beneath her feet. This was a friend who would always be a friend. This was her one true love. This was her husband. Juliet stroked Romeo's hair. As Juliet sat there, she realized that she couldn't imagine her life without Romeo. She had no interest in going anywhere or meeting anyone or growing a day older without him. His dagger, she exclaimed, noticing the small blade that gleamed in the last sparks of candlelight. She removed the dagger from Romeo's belt and held it before her chest, and then after a moment's pause, she slipped it into her heart. As Juliet slumped forward onto Romeo's body, she grasped his fingertips in her palm with her last ounce of strength. She twisted in pain and then lay still. Nothing moved but their shadows, which bounced wildly across the walls as the candle flickered in a small pool of wax. People began to arrive at the tomb. A few of the prince's officers, led by a watchman, a small group of Capulets, a group of Montague's servants carrying torches. They crowded around the small tomb and peeked in to see what violence had occurred in the night. Word of their findings spread throughout Verona in minutes. Paris was dead, Romeo was dead, Juliet was dead, but warm blood flowed from her chest as though she'd just been murdered. Swiftly, the whole town gathered upon the small plot of ground. So did the prince. He got down from his horse, moved to the front of the crowd. Oh my god, there's something in my eye. Give me a second. Yep, very dead. Womp womp. Womp, not the womp womp. How do we all feel about West Side Story? You're dead for real, for real. Please say psych, Romeo. There's something in my eye, too. I'm not, like, actually crying. There legitimately is something in my eye, and it's actually burning. All I know is that they did. I've been busy coloring. Ah, there's dust in my eye. Oh, I would straight up tell you. How many times have I cried in a video or on, like, live on this channel? I would tell you for real if I was crying. I'm sure I cried, like, the first time I read Romeo and Juliet. Ashley Burton cries in all her videos. I feel like I'm in good company. You know, normalize crying. It's a normal thing for humans. He got down from his horse, moved to the front of the crowd, and demanded that someone tell him how all these young people had been killed. How old is Paris? Because people keep referring to him as a young person, but I don't think he's that young, is he? I can tell you, called the voice from the back of the crowd. It was Friar Lawrence, trusted friend to all. He raised his wavering voice to tell the whole story of the tragedy. Romeo and Juliet loved one another, he began. He told of their secret love, their secret marriage, and their secret meetings. He told of the obstacles uh, posed by Romeo's banishment and Paris's love for Juliet. He told of the desperate plot of the potion Juliet took and of the message that was supposed to reach Romeo but never did. As he told of the night's bloody finish, Romeo and Juliet found that their love was so great that they chose to die together rather than live apart. The friar concluded sadly. As the friar finished, all stood in silence and awaited the prince's response. Capulet, he called, looking into the crowd for Juliet's father. Montague, he called next, as Romeo's father made his way toward the prince. They stood beside Lord Capulet. The prince didn't know what to say, but he didn't need to say anything because something very strange and wonderful happened. As Juliet's father looked at his rival, He suddenly couldn't remember why he hated him so much. The insults and injuries that had been that he and Montague had traded over the years seemed like actions carried out by people far away, not by two men standing there. It was as though all the hatred that had passed between their families over the generations hadn't been real, but only a game they were stuck playing, one that had spun out of control. Capulet felt like he was awakening from a dream. As Capulet looked into Montague's sad eyes, he didn't see an enemy. He saw a helpless man like himself whose pointless anger had cost him the one thing he held dearest in all the world. He saw a man who had just lost his only child. Capulet didn't feel anger, he felt love, and Montague felt the same. If my son loved your daughter more than life itself, said Montague, then she must have been a very precious, special person. Capulet was silent for a moment, then he said, "Give me your hand, friend." The two joined hands and vowed to lay rest to the hatred between their families. Capulet announced that he would build a statue of Romeo in pure gold, and Montague offered to build one of Juliet beside it, so people far and wide would know about the great love of their two children. And so ends the story of two young people whose great love led to violence, confusion, death, and finally, peace. The last lines in the play spoken by the prince are, "Never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo." All my Beauty and the Beast homies, remember. All the Beauty and the Beast girlies know that. Especially, well, the ones that had the edition that had the extra scene, which Disney Plus doesn't give us, and I'm angry about it. It's a whole side story. Sadness. I'm sorry. Woe means sadness, and the story of Romeo and Juliet is a tragedy. It doesn't have a happy ending, but a happy ending isn't always the most important thing in a story. Think about the characters Shakespeare created. Characters so real that we begin to sympathize with them. In other words, we feel what they feel, we laugh when they laugh, worry when they worry, cry when they cry. We use our imaginations to help us make the story real, and that's the most important thing. And this little dog and his big imagination can't wait for the next good story. Until next time, see ya. The end. We finished. We finished another book. He suddenly kissed? That's a hard line, Wishbone. 30, but we don't know the prince's age, and thus he probably is young in comparison to the prince. Got you. Wants to yeet both Romeo and Juliet into the fucking sun every time I read Romeo and Juliet, right? Like, you dumbass young people! Ah, there's still something in my eye, and it will not go away. Good sign off from Doggy. Nice. As Matilda the musical once said, that love and fate and touch of stupidity would rob them of their hope of living happily. Yes. Yes, indeed. Anyway, that is that for that book. Let me add it as read. Let me log it as read on our little Goodreads. And then I will go to bed. Romeo. Wait, there's no way. Wait, how do I find this? I know it's here. I know you're here. Maybe I'll have to do some librarian work and add it if it's not here, but it should be here. The Wishbone Classics Romeo and Juliet. Oh, my eye. There's something in my eye and it's driving me absolutely crazy. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. I'm back. Right? Weak sauce compared to Nancy Drew streams. It's almost 1 in the morning where I am. I'm confused. Where is... Okay, I see some Wishbone books. Sorry, guys. I'm doing my librarian thing. Interesting. I'll have to do some librarian work and get that added. But anyway, I'll sign off for tonight. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm gonna put out a video about the episode of this pretty soon. So see you soon with that. And yeah, I will say good night now. Good night, everybody. Good night. Good night. Everybody sleep well. Don't forget, all of these VODs will always be available as rewatchable videos. So if you missed it and you want to go back, feel free. Good night, everybody. Bye.